Since 2015, Jared Stillman has rocked Nashville sports.
That team freaking stinks.
And now he's back. The takes are hotter than ever.
I mean, let's be honest, he just can't coach.
Welcome to Stillman and Company.
Stillman and Company on the 440 Sports Network, presented by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. We are part of the Believe YouTube Podcast Network. It is Free Agent Frenzy on the Stillman and Company program. So at 11 o'clock, which is in 4 minutes, at 11 o'clock, free agency officially opens. I will be monitoring everything. I will be on Twitter. I'm on the computer. I got the computer. I got the cell phone. I got the TV going here in the studio. I got it all. So we will be keeping our eyes on everything. Loaded show today. Caroline in just over 30 minutes. She will join us. Hutton will join us at noon. Turron Davenport will join us at 1 o'clock. Nick Suss will join us at 1:30. So we are freaking stacked and loaded for the moves we expect the Titans to make or the moves that they will not make. Now, we will be commercial free. First, though, I want to start by telling you to like and subscribe. We are now over 4,000 subscribers. My goal by the draft, can we get to 5,000 subscribers? I feel like, can I get a bit, whatever it may be. First, I want to tell you about Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. They are the presenting sponsor of this program. They've been in business since 1990. They are family owned and operated. They've been with me since I bought my first house. That's how long I've been using Hiller. 100% satisfaction. If happy you'll be, the service is free. If a customer is not pleased with Hiller's work, they'll find a way to make it right. And again, I know this because I know the people at Hiller and I know them very well. Learn more by visiting happyhiller.com. Professional, experienced, trustworthy technicians that come into your home and leave it clean and better than they found it. Care is their core value. They believe that when they care about others, everybody wins, and they'll take care of the customer on every job, every time. That is Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. That's Hiller. Call the Happy Face Truck today. Okay, number one. When it comes to the Tennessee Titans, they have announced that they have re-signed long snapper Morgan Cox. My assumption will be, as far as Morgan Cox is concerned, that will be the league minimum, which for him is 1.225. It's what he's been signing for. I don't think that that's really worth discussing beyond the fact that Morgan Cox is back, and he's a pretty good and reliable long snapper for whatever that's worth. Number two, Terry McCormick put out there today. Trey Hendrickson and Romeo Doubs are two of the big-time free agents who have the Titans on their radar, but the issue may be how much and how many big-ticket items the Titans will spend early in free agency. So the Titans, I think, are telling people, hey, don't get too ramped up for the big money guys. For instance, I saw TD put out there yesterday that Tyler Linderbaum's price might be too high for the Titans. Now, I don't know how that price is too high for the Titans when, again, you're the Titans. Like, you've got the most money. I don't know how that price is too high, but apparently the price might be too high on Linderbaum. PK put out there over the weekend at paulkaharski.com the free agent targets he expects the Titans to be in on. Defensive line, Adafe Owe, Jalen Phillips, John Franklin Myers. Then a secondary list of Malcolm Kuntz, Draymond Jones, Joseph Asai, Kaylavon Chason, and Arnold Ebiketie, whoever the fuck that is. Corners, Alante Taylor and Kobe Durant. Wide receivers, Alec Pierce, Romeo Doubs, Wan'Dale Robinson. Centers, Tyler Linderbaum and Lou Fortner. He did have them interested in Connor McGovern, but Connor McGovern has re-signed with the Buffalo Bills. And the tight end list, Chiga Okonkwo, Isaiah Likely, Daniel Bellinger, and Charlie Kolar are kind of the expected targets, again, according to PK earlier this weekend at paulkaharski.com. Now, let's take a look at the board. Now, when it comes to the boards, as far as the Titans are concerned, when it comes to who may be signing, who may not be signing, etc., when it comes to the boards, I expect that the Titans, and I got my phone out because I am keeping an eye on what Adam Schefter is going to be reporting here, what Everybody else is going to be reporting here. So again, I'll just have my eyes on there as the legal tampering window has now been opened. When it comes to the Titans, I expect the Titans to not get any of the big-time guys I want. I don't expect them to get Trey Hendrickson. I don't expect them to get Tyler Linderbaum. I don't expect them to get Odafe Owe, though I don't really love Odafe Owe. I don't expect them to get Romeo Doubs. I expect the Titans to sign Wan'Dale Robinson. I expect the Titans to sign John Franklin Myers. And then I expect the Titans to sign a bunch of random Scarbinis, and Luke Fortner to play center or something like that. Now, when it comes to the free agent board, again, as we wait for the Adam Schefters of the world to start chiming in, when the agents text them about this deal's done, that deal's done, so on and so forth. Let's take a look. We start at the free agent position, wide receiver. This is Pro Football Focus's board. And right now, they have Alec Pierce, number one on their board, then Mike Evans, Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed, Stephon Diggs, Romeo Doubs, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tyreek Hill, Christian Kirk, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Jalen Naylor, and then a bunch of other guys. That is the wide receiver board. Again, this is PFF's board. This is not my board. So don't be thinking like Jared has Tyreek Hill on the board. Number two, let's take a look at the tight ends. As far as the tight ends for the Titans are concerned, they're going to have to replace Chigakonkwo. Dallas Goedert is the top tight end on the market. Travis Kelce's technically number two. Travis Kelce, it's been reported he's going back to Kansas City. Travis Kelce was never going to go anywhere but Kansas City. I think when Travis Kelce decided to play again, it was, I'm going back to Kansas City, and everybody knows. Isaiah Likely is the third tight end on the board. Jonnu Smith, who I had going back to the Titans in my free agency plan. Jonnu Smith, number 4, according to PFF. David Njoku, 5. Chigakonkwo, 6. Charlie Kolar from the Ravens is 7. And that is a guy who I think they consider to be a better blocking tight end as far as everybody is concerned. And we already have our first breaking news of the day. Breaking news, according to Adam Schefter, free agent wide receiver Alec Pierce is returning to the Indianapolis Colts on a 4-year, $116 million deal. Apparently, Pat McAfee broke that on his show. So what is that? 116 divided by 4 is $29 million a year for Alec Pierce. And again, we talked about this. We talked about the suck tax and how things get going in free agency. Even on the suck tax, Alec Pierce came in at $28.27. He ends up getting $29 a year. I will tell you, again, I think that they did the right thing because Daniel Jones wanted $50 million a year, and so they're going to pay Daniel Jones $38 million for 1 year. $29 million for Alec Pierce. And then I wonder, when it comes to Alec Pierce, like at $29 million, what does that mean for New England, who apparently really wanted Alec Pierce? And so I am right now sitting here telling you that I'm not surprised. By the way, one person puts in here whose profile picture is a picture of me. Easton was right. So I was keeping up with this over the weekend. Easton Freeze basically said at the combine that there was no way that Alec Pierce was leaving Indianapolis. And Easton was kind of sweating it a little bit. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I said the same thing. I thought that Alec Pierce was going to get the tag in Indianapolis. I thought during the year when people were like, oh, we should go get Alec Pierce, Jared, I was like, yeah, I think Alec Pierce is going to go get the tag. But when he didn't get the tag, I figured that he was going to have a deal signed 5 minutes after the tag deadline, or maybe 5 minutes before the tag deadline. And then he didn't. And then he did his little media tour on Kay Adams, where he talked about all the teams he'd be interested in playing for, which I thought was a little fascinating. And then I thought, well, maybe he gets out to free agency. And the rule of thumb, and again, I used to work with a general manager who did this. If a guy gets to free agency, you're going to lose him. That's the rule of thumb. I thought maybe there's a chance. And I know Easton Freeze was sweating it. If you had put a gun to my head and said, where's Alec Pierce going to go? I would have said he's going to go back to the Colts. I wondered on Friday if the Titans were leaking interest in Pierce. And Pierce went on Kay Adams' show and talked about Cam Ward. And I wondered if they were doing that simply to raise the price on Indianapolis, because Indianapolis, you can't afford to pay Sauce Gardner all the money you have to pay him, and pay DeForest Buckner all the money you're going to have to pay him, and pay Quentin Nelson all the money you're paying him. And they're going to lose their right tackle, Braden Smith. And they're going to have to pay Bernard Raymond, their left tackle. And they're going to have to make a decision after this year on Daniel Jones. And they're already paying Jonathan Taylor. You can't pay everybody, especially when you're not one of these teams like Philadelphia or San Francisco that just says, we're going to pay everybody. You can't do it. And so I think the Titans, I don't want to say faked interest in Pierce. I think they had interest. But I think when it came to the Alec Pierce thing with the Titans, their interest was more in just raising the price on Indianapolis. And again, $29 million a season. And let me remind everybody, when it comes to the contract signed today, there is today where we'll see some numbers and we'll say, wow. And then a couple of days into free agency, we'll see the real money and the real guarantees and all that other stuff come out. The one thing I will tell you, if a guy signs anytime around now, like if we get an Adam Schefter says the Tennessee Titans are signing Tyler Linderbaum, which again, I'm not saying is going to happen, but if we get that, like I bet you this deal for Alec Pierce is a really good deal for Alec Pierce. Like I think it's probably $35 million this year, and he's probably going to make like $26 million next year, and then it's going to level out in the end. But when it comes to the numbers today, if a guy signs quickly, and I'm not talking about, a Morgan Cox or a guy that stays, if a guy signs a big deal early, it's usually a massive overpay, and it is one of those, holy shit, Milton Williams got that kind of money, which is what we're going to see. Indy Ben chimes in and says, good re-signing for Indianapolis. Pierce is still ascending. They'll likely cut or trade Pittman and his $29 million cap hit. So, again, I don't know. I haven't kept up with Pittman. I mean, personally, I think Pittman is probably the more complete receiver, but Alec Pierce is, in the future, probably going to be the better receiver. Here's what I can't get over when it comes to Alec Pierce. He caught 47 balls last season. I understand. He's a deep threat. I understand his yards per catch it's unbelievable. And you always have to have a guy who can take the top off of a defense. And Alec Pierce can do that. And in fairness to Alec Pierce, I believe that the last 3 years, it's been a revolving door at quarterback between Richardson and Minshew and Flacco and Daniel Jones and Phillip Rivers. So it's not like he's had consistency at the quarterback spot. So that may have something to do with it. But if I'm going to pay $30 million for a receiver, I'm going to need you to catch over 50 balls. He caught 47 balls last year. And I saw somebody in New England say, well, he could bring the Patriots that Randy Moss. Like, guys, Alec Pierce is the best deep ball receiver on the free agent market. Trust me. I'm okay with that. He is not Randy Moss. Randy Moss in his worst years. I mean, Randy Moss in that year at Oakland that got him sent to New England where he set the world on fire, Randy Moss caught 42 passes. Okay. We have a name that PK had on the Titans list that is off the board. According to Jordan Schultz, the New England Patriots are signing Draymond Jones to a 3-year, $39 million contract. Of course, we know Draymond Jones very, very well because Draymond Jones played for the Titans last year. I guess Draymond Jones will replace Kayvon Chason. Let me say this about Draymond Jones. I think Draymond Jones is a dependable player. Now, at what is 39 divided by 3, I hate that I have to do the math on the air. It's $13 million a year. That's roughly what I had targeted for him in free agency with my, free agent chart of what I'd pay him. I think he's a more sure thing for New England than K'Lavon Chaisson. It's a name off the board, but I think I'd rather have Jermaine Johnson. So Draymond Jones goes to the New England Patriots. And again, that right there is a $13 million a year deal, $39 million over 3 years. Solid player. He's a very solid player. I think he and Landry will do what Mike Vrabel wants them to do. They'll do enough rushing the passer, and they're good at setting the edge, which is what really matters as far as Vrabel's concerned. So Draymond Jones off the board. If that was a guy that we were considering as a Titan target, PK did have him on the list of guys the Titans would be targeting. Although he had Draymond Jones in that second tier list, along with Malcolm Kuntz and Joseph Asai and K'Lavon Chaisson and Arnold Ekabike or whatever. He had them there. It's not necessarily the same as far as losing out. This would not be catastrophic to the Titans. What would be catastrophic to the Titans, or at least to Titan fans, is if it came out that John Franklin Myers was on his way to the New England Patriots. So the first two signings off the board, Patriots and Draymond Jones, Alec Pierce to Indianapolis. And we continue on taking a look at who is going where as far as free agent frenzy is concerned and who the Titans will have interest in. We took a look at the boards as far as the Titans are concerned. One person says Pierce turned down more money to stay with Indy. Well, everybody always says that. Who was offering Alec Pierce more than $29 million a year? And whoever was offering Alec Pierce more than $29 million a year needs to be fired. I don't think it was Vrabel, even though I do think the Patriots were in on Pierce. I think the Patriots are going to end up with A.J. Brown. I think the Patriots are going to trade a first-round draft choice, 31st overall, to the Eagles. A.J. will come in return, and I think Philly will have to send something back. And I've said they're 2 third-round picks in order to make the deal palatable. And then I think A.J. will have to take a pay cut and move more guaranteed money into next year. But I think they're ultimately going to end up with A.J. That being said, if you offered Alec Pierce more than $30 million a year, you should be fired. And if it comes out, and we'll never know, but if it comes out that it was Mike Borgonzi that offered Alec Pierce $30 million a year, which I would be shocked if Mike Borgonzi offered Alec Pierce $30 million a year. If that comes out, I'll lose my shit. And I like Alec Pierce. He's good at what he does. But what he does is not worth $30 million a year. He caught 47 passes last season. That's like a number 2 tight end. And I know he led the league the last 2 years in yards per reception because he gets down the field. But Alec Pierce is not that good. And I do think it's pretty obvious that the smart franchises weren't in on him. The teams that win consistently, they weren't in on him. I know New England was supposedly in on him, but New England, they're a one-hit wonder right now. And we'll see with Vrabel. One person says, what about taking Romeo Doubs at $15 million and Hunter Renfrow at 1 year, $2 million and Malachi Fields in the third round? Well, I don't know who you're going to be able to get in the third round, so I don't worry about that right now. But when you talk about Romeo Doubs at $15 million, Alec Pierce just got 29. Romeo Doubs is not signing for $15 million. According to Ian Rappaport, the Raiders and corner Eric Stokes have agreed to a 3-year, $30 million contract. He's a former first rounder. He stays in Las Vegas. $20 million of that $30 million is guaranteed. Again, when it comes to corners, this is just me. I am anti-corner. I just think you can just go get a bunch of league average corners, and if you've got a good pass rush, it'll turn those guys into Pro Bowlers because they'll intercept passes, and there's only about 3 or 4 corners in the league, in my opinion, that the way the rules are made today, where you can't hit the receivers, you can't touch the receivers, you can't. I think there are about 3 or 4 corners in the league who are worth a lot of money, and they're all locked up with their own teams, or they're on rookie deals like Christian Gonzalez, who's going to be locked up by his own team. But if you were somebody that wants a high-priced corner, then go ahead and go for it. Here's a look at the corner board. Again, this is PFF's board. This is not me. Eric Stokes is now off the corner board. Jamel Dean leads the way, followed by Jalen Watson and Tariq Woolen. Let me just say this for me, as far as the Titans are concerned. No thank you on Tariq Woolen. It was enough for me when he took his helmet off like an idiot and he went over to the sideline. I don't know if he took his helmet off or not, to be honest. But when he went over to that Rams sideline in the NFC title game like an idiot and got a personal foul that let the Rams back into the game, he could have cost them the Super Bowl with that shit. And I am not interested. I am not interested in that. So you may like him, but he's off my board. Mike Hilton, Asante Samuel Jr., Rasul Douglas. So now this is where we're getting into the category of guys I'd sign. Rasul Douglas, Roger McCreary, Trevon Diggs, Kobe Durant, and I would say, Kader Kohu, who was injured last year, Noah Igbenogany. Those are the guys. Just put them all in a list and wait 3 days and then sign 2 of them. Because if you're getting day one money, it's going to be very, very expensive. This person says, where is Alante Taylor on the board? You got to talk to PFF. This is PFF's board. This is not mine. I do think Alante Taylor's pretty good, but I don't think Alante Taylor, I think Alante Taylor's good if you can rush the passer. I don't think Alante Taylor is good if you can't rush the passer. I've got my notifications on. So what happens is one person puts something out there and then all of a sudden it's like, everybody else retweets it. So now I'm like looking through all these different ones. One person says, what about Cam Taylor-Britt? I like Cam Taylor-Britt. Now he has kind of sucked according to PFF the last couple of years with the Bengals, but I like Cam Taylor-Britt. I would just say that when it comes to corner, just put a bunch of guys in a pot. Spend your money on the pass rushers. Spend your high draft picks on pass rushers and receivers and things that matter. And just go get a couple of average corners and then rush the shit out of the passer. For me, I look at it like I want Trey Hendrickson. So if I can get Trey Hendrickson and I can get Jeffrey Simmons and I can get, I've already got Simmons, and Jermaine Johnson gets back to being Jermaine Johnson with the Jets. If I get that group in there and they can go rush the passer, and they have a second-round pick in Oladejo, and maybe they draft the guy at the top of the draft, go get the quarterback. And everything else will take care of itself. I am not interested in paying money for corners. By the way, I'd like to address something, again, as we await the Titans to make a move or somebody that, again, we're looking at on the Titan board. I would like to address something when it comes to the Titans. So a lot of people, when it comes to free agency, have soured on free agency. And the reason they've soured on free agency is because the Titans were active in free agency 2 years ago, and the team has won 6 games over the 2 years that they've had all those free agents. Got it. It's not the money's fault. It was who was spending the money. The guys deciding on the players that they picked are all incompetent. Rand Carthon is incompetent. Brian Callahan is incompetent, and Chad Brinker, who they pretend like wasn't a part of this, but he absolutely was, he also is incompetent. And I talked about this on the show last week when we were trying to figure out how much money the Titans were going to make by getting rid of L'Jarius Sneed. And I said, look, I think you're going to get $8.5 million off the books, but you're not going to get all the money because for some reason those morons decided to guarantee $7.5 million for injury to a guy with a bad knee in year 3 of a free agent deal. And remember that it was about 2 months before they made that deal that Chad Brinker put out there that whole injury AI model. And Chad Brinker in that cut said it was about saving an owner $1 million or $2 million. And they're going to end up costing this owner $7.5 million for this season because of their incompetence. And Brinker absolutely was a part of it, no matter how much people want to pretend that he wasn't. So don't get mad at the money. It is not the money's fault. It is the people who spent the money. They overpaid for Lloyd Cushenberry, who wasn't even good. That's not the money's fault. Ridley, I think, played up to expectation. 1,000 yards receiving with a shitty quarterback for 1 year. And then after that, they moved on and he got hurt. And look, I mean, that's a broken leg. So I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh my God, he's injury. It's a broken leg. It happens. Ridley was fine as a free agent signing. Pollard was fine as a free agent signing. But the moves that the big moves, Cushenberry was terrible. Snead, everybody saw that coming. I mean, to me, I think it's a total joke. This person says, good point, Jared. Can you name the Vikings' top 3 corners? They are consistently top 5 defenses under Brian Flores because they create chaos with pressure. I know Byron Murphy is one of their corners. Other than that, I don't know. Johnny B says, I bet we signed Kenneth Walker. I would not be against Kenneth Walker. I would say this, though, about Kenneth Walker. And I think it's funny because when it comes to Kenneth Walker, last year when all you crybabies were trying to defend your previous anti-Sam Darnold stances, you were like, Kenneth Walker is so good and JSN is so good, and that's why Seattle's good. Kenneth Walker in 2024, now he was injured, but he had 573 yards. Even last year, he only had 1,000 yards rushing. Now, he was in tandem with Zach Charbonnet, and I think Walker's a good dude as far as the way he runs the ball. I mean, he's tough as a run. But I would say to Kenneth Walker, if we're going to sign you and pay the money for you, you're paying not only the suck tax because you stink, but you're also paying his Super Bowl tax because he's the Super Bowl MVP. I would say with Kenneth Walker, like, hey, dude, you're going to have to carry the ball 25 times a game. And Tajay Spears will come in on 3rd and 13. But you're going to have to carry the ball. And apparently, I guess Kenneth Walker's off the board. As people in the chat say, and I'm looking for Adam Schefter to tweet this, but people are saying Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. Who's reporting Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs? Here we go. Tom Pelissero, Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. Okay. So they're out on, anyways, they're out on Kenneth Walker. Let me say this on Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. I thought the Chiefs had no cap space. Again, I don't believe in the cap, so I'm not one of these people that gets all. But I was told the Chiefs had no cap space. Remember, it's like they're $80 million over the cap. What are they going to do? And then Mahomes redoes his deal. They traded Trent McDuffie, but other than that, they're bringing back Travis Kelce. They're signing Kenneth Walker. I thought they didn't have any cap space. Wow. Kenneth Walker. I actually think this is a good signing. And I don't think Kenneth Walker is Derrick Henry. And by the way, if I was the Titans, I'd pick up the phone and I'd call Kansas City and I'd talk to him about what will you give me for Tajay Spears? Because I think you might be able to get like a 4th or a 5th round pick in exchange for Tajay Spears. And I think Tajay Spears would be a good 3rd down running back to pair with Kenneth Walker. But I need to know the money on what the Chiefs signed Kenneth Walker for. I think this is a good deal. Because when all that talk was about Derrick Henry to the Ravens, I kept saying, and Derrick Henry had a good first year with the Ravens, but I kept saying that when it came to Derrick Henry, that he didn't do what the Ravens needed. The Ravens needed somebody who helped them win games when they were losing. And Derrick Henry doesn't do that. Derrick Henry helps you win tied games and get the lead And Derrick Henry helps you put games away. That's what Derrick Henry does. Well, they're already good with that with Lamar Jackson. So you don't need Derrick Henry for that. I was like, the teams that need Derrick Henry are the teams that are over-reliant on the quarterback and really just need somebody just to pound the ball to help the quarterback. And I've thought Kansas City was that team. You know, when Derek said he almost went to a Super Bowl contender, I'm like, it was either Kansas City or Baltimore. And we now all know it was Baltimore. But I thought Kansas City would have been the team that needs Derrick Henry because it would take the pressure off Mahomes. That's what they're going to try to do with Kenneth Walker. So I like it. I'm not saying Kenneth Walker is Derrick Henry. I'm just saying I like that move for Kansas City. I am not shedding any tears about Kenneth Walker being off the board, and I do not think that Kenneth Walker being off the board means that the Titans have to go after Jeremiah Love. I think this also ends the fantasy that a lot of you people had out there, which is Kansas City moving up from 9 to 4 in order to take Jeremiah Love. I'm just going to be real with you. I don't think anybody's going to want to move up to 4. We have seen this of late in non-quarterback drafts where once the quarterbacks are gone, nobody wants to move up. Last year, we heard New England was desperate to get out of number 4, where they ended up taking Will Campbell. And nobody wanted that pick. The Titans were desperate in 2017 to get out of number 5, and nobody wanted that pick. We had Mike Mayock on the show at the Super Bowl when he was with the Raiders as the general manager. Now, he was the GM, but John Gruden was really the GM. But he said people criticized him for not trading out of 4 in 2019 when they took Cleveland Ferrell. And he said, I called half the damn league, and nobody wanted to move up to number 4. So I think in this draft, which is a weak draft, the quarterback is going to be gone at 1. And I don't think people are trading up to 4 to draft the running back. Now, the moron general manager in Jacksonville traded a bunch of shit to move up for a guy who ended up being a corner, but I just think that that was him being stupid and naive. So maybe somebody will be stupid and naive, and it only takes 1, but I just don't think that there's going to be that trade value. So at least the thing we know is that the Kenneth Walker deal with the Chiefs eliminates the idea of a, it just knocks out the inevitability that Kansas City was not going to trade up from 9. One person says, are you surprised the Titans have not signed Wan'Dale Robinson? Honestly, yeah. Like, I really believed that, and I'm the only person in the world that thinks this, but I truly think this. Like, you could strap me to a lie detector test and say, all right, Jared, the FBI's here. We've strapped you to a polygraph, which I've never taken, by the way. Do you think the Titans are overly influenced by Twitter in making decisions? And I would say yes, and I would pass. That said, Twitter, for some reason, has had their heart set on Wan'Dale Robinson and on John Franklin Myers. And I think that people have had their heart set on those guys for so long because the way they view it is they say, well, they played for Brian Dable and they played for Robert Saleh, and so we know they would fit the system. And I think a lot of people are afraid to say, we're going to get Trey Hendrickson, we're going to get Linderbaum, we're going to get these guys. So they set their hearts on guys they think the Titans will take. It's like a lack of confidence thing. This is a really, really random story. But Barry Zito, the old Major League Baseball pitcher, one time told me that he learned, he's like, the hottest girl is the most insecure. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, because like to them, they want to be valued for other reasons. And so when looks are your number one thing, it's very, it fluctuates, whatever. I say this, and he told me that years ago. And I say this because I think Titan fans don't have the confidence to ask out the hot girl. Even though those guys that are top of the market, they just want to be respected. Like Trey Hendrickson, I think, wants to be respected. That's why he got so mad in Cincinnati. I think Tyler Linderbaum wants to be respected. Go pay him. And so I'm just saying, like, when it comes to the Titans, I do not think we should have our heart set on tier 2 free agents that really aren't that good, like Wan'Dale Robinson. I remember like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, I was talking about a change of scenery trade of Treylon Burks to the Giants for Wan'Dale Robinson, because Wan'Dale Robinson had been injured and had kind of underperformed, and Treylon Burks had obviously been injured and underperformed, and the Titans had Will Levis at quarterback. I said, hey, let's just, let's do one of those swaps where maybe Treylon Burks gets a fresh start with the Giants and his career takes off, and Wan'Dale Robinson gets a fresh start with the Titans and his career takes off. And now we're talking about freaking $25 million for Wan'Dale Robinson. But yeah, I thought the Titans were going to do it. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have made a signing, according to Ian Rappaport. The Buccaneers are re-signing tight end Cade Otton. It does not have any details on the deal, which means it's probably not that good. Let's see where he ranked on the PFF tight end board going into the day. Cade Otton was number 199 overall, and he was way down the list, according to PFF. Again, the guy that I want them to sign, I want them to bring back Jonnu Smith. And I think you can do it for a relatively cheap deal. And so that would be the direction that I would go. Okay. On free agency frenzy, again, just to recap, Alec Pierce off the board, $29 million a year with the Colts. Kenneth Walker off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. He was a potential Titans target. And now we've just got some other little small moves that have come in there. Draymond Jones, who PK said was a Titan target, off the board to New England at $13 million a year. Caroline Fenton joins us here on Free Agent Frenzy to begin the show today, our first guest here on Free Agent Frenzy. Caroline, first of all, I want your reaction when you see the money, when you see the money that has come in on Alec Pierce and you see the money on Kenneth Walker. What do you make of it?
Well, Alec Pierce falls into the category of just because you pay a guy like he's elite at his position doesn't necessarily make him elite at his position. Look, Alec Pierce is fine. He was the Colts' leading receiver this past year. I think all reports indicated that Alec Pierce was going to stay in Indianapolis, but $29 million a year? Is Alec Pierce really worth $29 million a year? Is he really worth $80+ million in guaranteed money? I said the same thing about Daniel Jones. The Colts wanted to pay him $50 million a year. Daniel Jones, look, I understand that Daniel Jones had kind of the renaissance last season, and we had like an 8-9 game sample size of Daniel Jones playing at an MVP caliber level. Like, let's not ignore that. I'm acknowledging that. But also, let's not ignore the fact that Daniel Jones's first 4 or 5 years of his career, he was awful. That Daniel Jones was the butt of every single quarterback-related joke in the NFL. So the Colts just feel like they're overpaying for players who still haven't really proven themselves to be the elite of the elite, or even in an upper echelon or upper tier. I think Chris Ballard should be on a hot seat. I think he should have been on a hot seat for quite some time now. I thought the Colts made a bad decision trading 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner, and now they're back into a corner where now they have to overpay Daniel Jones because who the heck else is going to play quarterback? Now they put themselves in a corner where they have to overpay Alec Pierce because they weren't going to tag him, and you can't bring in Daniel Jones for $50 million a year and not bring back your leading receiver from this past year. So it just feels like the Colts have backed themselves into a corner, and now they have to answer for it with for overpaying, which is what you're going to do in free agency, but that doesn't necessarily come to fruition in the form of winning playoff games.
Caroline, I have to ask you, the money I think is out now on Kenneth Walker, the money there in Kansas City, 3 years, $43.05 million. So that comes out to about 14.3 a year. Again, we never truly know the money. My guess is, though, that's probably, he's probably getting real cash there, as part of the deal, because I think it's 28.7 guaranteed. So that is the first 2 years guaranteed. That's $14 million a year for Kenneth Walker. I mean, I thought Kansas City was up against it as far as the cap was concerned.
Yeah, of course they were.
What do we make of the money for Kenneth Walker? Do you think and do you think that it's good that the Titans they were supposedly in on Pierce and supposedly in on Walker, or at least the rumors said that? I wouldn't have paid either guys those kind of money, and I'm all for spending money. Mm-hmm. What do you think of Kenneth Walker and the money there?
I don't mind the money for Kenneth Walker. I love Kenneth Walker. I think he's a grinder. I think he represents everything good, the kind of guy that you would want to have in a locker room. And it was clear and obvious that the Chiefs just continued to try and rely on Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes and just tried to ride that bus as long as they possibly could to a Super Bowl. But last year was the perfect example that you can't do that anymore. Travis Kelce at 36, going on 37 years old, is not that guy anymore. The Kansas City Chiefs were clearly lacking a run game last year. They went from Kareem Hunt to Isaiah Pacheco. Those guys aren't going to be the kind of go-to guy, take the load off of Patrick Mahomes' shoulders on any given down. But Kenneth Walker does do that. The Chiefs do, and very much so should, squarely view themselves in a Super Bowl window. We are still living in a Kansas City Chiefs dynasty, as much as we don't want to admit it. So I think Kansas City is doing the right thing. They're paying the money. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They're upgrading at a position that needed to be upgraded, and they're going to continue to invest into the greatest quarterback on the planet. The money for Kenneth Walker doesn't bother me, but I don't really believe for one second that the Titans were really in on Alec Pierce or Kenneth Walker. Like, sure, they could say they were, and I'm sure they picked up the phone and called about Alec Pierce and Kenneth Walker and a ton of these other big-name, high-dollar free agents. But one, I don't really think the Titans are in the position to pay that kind of money for a running back when there are so many more needs across the team, whereas the Chiefs are probably in the market to overpay for kind of a luxury like Kenneth Walker is. And also the Titans just don't do that.
Okay, we have some breaking news. Caroline Fenton is on with us. According to Adam Schefter, Kansas City corner Jalen Watson has signed a 3-year deal with the LA Rams. So now the Rams have gotten both Watson and Trent McDuffie, the two corners from the Rams. We don't have the money as to what that's going to be. I when it comes to corner, and look, the Rams are a smart organization, so don't, get on my ass about saying that I don't value corners, and the Rams are clearly smart, and they clearly do. I think that unless you've got Christian Gonzalez or Patrick Surtain or Derek Stingley, I think corner is completely overrated. I don't think the rules allow you to really play corner anymore the way that they played corner when I was a kid. I just say spend all your money and all your resources on the pass rushers. Go sign veteran corners that are capable of starting in the NFL, like a Roger McCreary. Just go sign him 3 days after free agency gets started, a $2.5 million contract. Sign 3 of those guys, draft some guys in the 3rd and 4th round. And yet there's a smart team like the Rams that is going all in on the cornerback position. I don't get it. I would not do that. I would put my resources towards pass rush, and I would do that every time.
How much more can the Rams do at pass rush, though? I mean, you already had Byron Young, who had 12 sacks last year. You already had Jared Verse, who was an absolute beast, who had 7.5 sacks last year. You already have Kobe Turner, who had 7 sacks last year. So the Rams pass rush isn't the problem. And I'm with you. I agree with you. I don't think I value corner or really a secondary as a whole as much as some other teams in the NFL may have shown they value corner. But the Rams already have an elite pass rush. There were very few weaknesses on the Rams team this past year. One of them was their secondary. It was special teams and secondary. And you don't really have to cough up that much money to invest into your special teams. So the Rams could be looking around and looking at, Devin Witherspoon, Nicky Manwari in the secondary in Seattle. We know that the NFL is a copycat league. The Rams could be saying, look, we've got elite playmakers offensively. We have an elite pass rush. The team that just won the Super Bowl invested into their defense and into their secondary. We'll do that too. And we don't care when the payday comes for some of these guys. We don't care for 4 years down the line. We care about 2026. So that doesn't bother me. But I don't think that signing 2 corners all of a sudden makes the Rams more of a Super Bowl contender in my mind. The Rams already were.
Titans fans are getting impatient. We've got somebody that says, DM Borgonzi, tell him that free agency has begun. John says, does anyone know what time the Titans brass wakes up? And Charles says, the cap only exists for shitty teams like us. Are you surprised that the Titans, with all the money, have not made a move yet? Are you surprised that Linderbaum is still on the board? Hendrickson is still on the board? I think Titan fans have conditioned themselves to think that the Titans are going to sign Wan'Dale Robinson and John Franklin Myers and not the big names. Are you surprised by that? Or do you think the Titans, given all the cap space that they have or the lack of cash committed to the roster, do you think the Titans will be players for the big names?
I don't. I don't know if that just comes from me being jaded about going through free agency all of these years with the Titans, getting my hopes up that the Titans would land a big fish in free agency, and then ending up with the Wan'Dale Robinsons of the world. And then everybody hypes themselves up in June and July and August during training camp about how Wan'Dale Robinson is a certified number one in the National Football League. Like, I don't know if it's just because we've been there, done that before. And maybe that's not fair of me, but that's just, that's how I feel. I'm sure that's how jaded Titans fans feel as well. The Trey Hendrickson one is fascinating to me, though, because yes, he's a big name, and yes, he's going to be at the top of every single NFL free agency ranking list. But are we really sure that Trey Hendrickson is going to be worth the money that he commands on the free market? Like,
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I think Hendrickson.
Then why did the Ravens trade 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby and not just sign Trey Hendrickson?
I asked that question on Saturday morning. I was on Sirius XM and I was like, I think I would have just paid Hendrickson. Pass rushers age, for the most part, gracefully. You know, there are some guys that don't, but for the most part, they're kind of like home run hitters. You know, they won't be as good in their prime, but they can still pop 30 dingers. That, I feel, is the same way with pass rushers. We had the Pro Football Doc on the show. Pro Football Doc said that he is not worried about the injury that Hendrickson had last year, which is good enough for me. I think at age 31, I think Hendrickson is a high motor guy. That motor doesn't go away. Kind of reminds me of Kyle Vandenbosch, 17 and a half sacks each of the last 2 years before he got hurt last year. I believe in Hendrickson. And I agree with you. It's a risk. Yeah. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. That's just me, though.
But it's the other thing, too. Like, the Cowboys just went out and signed or traded for Rashawn Gary when Trey Hendrickson was right there. When Trey Hendrickson has been linked to the Cowboys for how long now?
Yeah, but Jerry's cheap.
Yeah, but like, you're going to go trade for Rashawn Gary when Trey Hendrickson is there for the taking? Like, is Jerry Jones really going to be able to comfortably get, and look, Jerry does a lot of things that I don't agree with, but when Jerry says we need to stop the run, and when Jerry says this isn't good enough, not making the playoffs isn't good enough, we want to bring the Super Bowl back to Dallas, all of these things, Rashawn Gary is the best that you can do? Like, Jerry's not going to open up the pocketbook just a little bit for Trey Hendrickson?
He's cheap.
I don't think he's valued across the league.
I think, well, so we have breaking news. Jalen Phillips has signed we got a lot of breaking news. Jalen Phillips has signed a 4-year, $120 million contract with the Carolina Panthers. That's $30 million a year for Jalen Phillips, $80 million guaranteed. So that means that they're guaranteeing the first 2.5 years of that deal. Again, Tepper, we know he wants to spend the money. And the Colts are trading Michael Pittman Jr. to the Steelers. So the market is set now at pass rusher that if you're kind of good, the market is set at, again, the Jalen Phillips number, $30 million for Hendrickson has to at least come in at $30 million. I would pay $30 million for Hendrickson. But
I would pay $30 million for Hendrickson.
I've said I would pay 35. I think, you know, if you want to pay the suck tax, you're going to have to pay probably 38 or so. I would do it for 2 years. Too. Well, but the Bengals, they're cheap. And that's Jerry.
Aren't the Titans kind of cheap?
Again, I just think that the Bengals are stupid. You know, like I think that's kind of the way I feel about it. Now, again, the biggest problem with talking about teams that are stupid is, you know, when we talk about stupid and cheap teams, like we are talking about the Titans. Yeah. So
I don't know what the Bengals have done or what the Titans have done to not earn the same monikers that we're giving the Cincinnati Bengals.
I'm going to say this, though.
Bad ownership, teams suck, they're cheap, not willing to spend money.
I believe that the Titans know that they're going to have to spend a bunch of money today. Like, they're going to have to land a big fish. They're going to have to land a Linderbaum. They're going to have to land a Hendrickson. They're going to have to land. I know they were in on Alec Pierce. It can't just be Wan'Dale Robinson and John Franklin Myers. It has to be a big fish. And it has to be this because they are moving into a new stadium. They are rolling out new uniforms. The owner is tired of being a joke. And this is what I would say when it comes to Mike Borgonzi. If he does not win some games this year, like if they don't win 7 or 8 games, he's going to get fired because the owner's going to get impatient. So I think,
if you've heard that before,
well,
the owner gets impatient and makes an irrational decision to fire someone.
So
been there.
I think that's why they're going to sign one of these guys, is because the general manager knows if I don't. Somebody with the Titans said to me a couple weeks ago that no matter what, Borgonzi's not getting fired after this year. And I will fucking believe that when I fucking see it.
I mean, John Robinson got fired, 9 months removed from a contract extension? So,
yes.
Okay.
In first place.
Things change in Tightland pretty quickly. But that is what bothers me so much about the Titans. Let's do something to do something and get everyone all excited about how that we did something. Instead of, hey, we've got a young quarterback going into year 2 who we are just narrowly avoiding completely ruining. Cam Ward can be your future, or Cam Ward can be a massive mistake that you made and has everything to do with the pieces that the Titans put around Cam Ward. So instead of the messaging being, hey, let's just do something, get everybody excited, give Jared a topic for his show on Tuesday morning. Instead of doing that, why don't the Titans look at it and say, okay, what does Cam Ward need? How can we, as an organization, put the best pieces around Cam Ward so we can get the best evaluation of him? We can set up the best ecosystem for our young quarterback, and we can more confidently make a decision about our future with Cam Ward once year 3, year 4 comes around about, do we want to exercise the 5th-year option? Do we want to pay Cam Ward $60 million a year, or whatever the quarterback market looks like whenever that day comes for Cam Ward? Like, shouldn't that be the mentality for the Titans? How do we not fuck up our young quarterback versus how do we just stay in the good graces of Titans Twitter?
Well, I'll say this, though. Again, I think Titans Twitter has their heart set on Wan'Dale Robinson and John Franklin Myers because
you can want more from your football team.
I agree.
You can want more.
I think that they have assumed that the Titans aren't going to go get a big fish, so they'll treat themselves. I'm talking about Titans Twitter. They'll treat Wan'Dale Robinson like a big fish. They'll treat John Franklin Myers like a big fish, and then they'll re-sign Skoronski and Simmons, and it's, yeah! I agree with you. What I do think, though, is I do think that the Titans, I think Hendrickson does help the young quarterback. I think spending $35 million on Trey Hendrickson does help the young quarterback, because if the defense can hold teams to 16 points, now Cam only has to go score 17 for you to win, instead of if they give up 22 points and now Cam has to go score 23. That's why I do view those things helping the young quarterback. I don't know if they do. I don't know if the Titans look at it the way that I do.
I would agree. I wouldn't be opposed to the Titans bringing in Trey Hendrickson. Why not? You have the money to spend. It fills a need. And it's also why I didn't necessarily love the Raiders moving on from Max Crosby. I don't know if I love that for Fernando Mendoza. I don't love that Fernando Mendoza is walking into Raiderland as the certified face of the franchise when Max Crosby could have taken some of the heat off of Fernando Mendoza's plate.
Breaking news. Malik Willis has signed with the Miami Dolphins, which
What?
I think a lot of people connected those dots, given the fact that Malik, was in Green Bay, and Halfley and John Eric Sullivan, and hey, J-Rob, who drafted Malik Willis, is now in Miami. 3 years, $67.5 million for Willis. So what is that? 67.5 divided by 3.
20 something?
Well, it's definitely in the 20s. Oh, whoops, I did by 2.
22.
22.5 million. So I was right when I said he wasn't going to get 25 million a year. My guess is Malik's probably getting about 20 million this year, and then the next 2 years are options.
Okay.
Your thoughts on Malik Willis getting a 3-year, $45 million guaranteed.
I mean, look, Jeff Hafley and all of the Packers brass now in Miami, like that makes sense. But like, didn't the Dolphins just sign up to throw $100 million out the window just so they never have to see Tua again? And now here they are, because Tua was a big question mark. Are we sure that Malik Willis is better than Tua Tagovailoa?
I mean, look, maybe I'm jaded because of how Malik played with the Titans. I think. Do you know
that Malik Willis is a starting quarterback in the NFL? Because I don't.
No.
He could be. Maybe he could be.
I would rather trade a draft choice for Mac Jones than sign Malik Willis to that contract. And the Dolphins just spent $100 million and just flushed it down the toilet because they knew that Tua Tagovailoa wasn't going to be their starting, or was not a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL. I said something to somebody at the Super Bowl.
They're paying even more money for another question mark.
I said something to somebody at the Super Bowl. I said, when it comes to who would be a better general manager, me or Mike Borgonzi, right? And I'm not saying that I would be a better general manager than Mike Borgonzi. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. And this is a Titan target. According to Jordan Schultz, the Giants are signing Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely to a 3-year, $40 million contract up to $47.5 million. So what is $40 million? What is that? $13 million a year? $13 million a year for Isaiah Likely. It makes him the third highest paid tight end in the NFL. Likely, according to Paul Kaharski, was a Titans target who is now off the board. Whoa!
Drinking news from a fire hose here.
Also, the Ravens have signed offensive lineman John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. John Simpson was drafted by the Ravens, developed by the Ravens, signed with the Jets. I actually thought that if they signed Tyler Linderbaum, that John Simpson would be a good right guard for the Titans just because they played together in Baltimore. John Simpson goes back to Baltimore with the Ravens, although it's a different Raven regime. He goes back to Baltimore as the right guard for the Ravens.
Here's my thing with the Ravens, and I will applaud teams that are squarely in Super Bowl windows for spending money and getting a little uncomfortable for trying to capitalize in a window. That's what I think any team, any fan of a team, of their general manager, what they want them to do. The Ravens are clearly pushing all of their chips into the middle for this year, next year, and the year after, or at least the next 2 years that they have Lamar Jackson under contract. It still doesn't answer the biggest question that I have about the Baltimore Ravens. Like, you can bring in Max Crosby, who I think makes the Ravens better. Like, I think Max Crosby makes 32 teams in the NFL better.
Yeah, he's good.
He's Max Crosby. You can bring back any of these big-time free agent names. You can try and retain as much consistency as you want offensively. I still don't know if Lamar Jackson can beat Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Drake May, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence. Who am I missing? And any combination of those quarterbacks on the path to a Super Bowl.
So I would, in theory, agree with you. I don't think Lamar Jackson can win the Super Bowl. But I think we learned this year. Well, we learned this year in the AFC that you may not have to go through that gauntlet. Like, as much as I used to think it was with Ryan Tannehill, you're going to have to go through Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow, or Josh Allen in some order. Like, you don't necessarily have to, because this past year, outside of Josh Allen, none of those guys made the playoffs, and New England didn't have to go through any of them. Now you got to go through Drake May, which I think adds to the list. Here's where I think the Ravens made the Crosby deal. And this is why I think the Ravens are smarter than other teams. Matt Miller at ESPN says there are 11 players that have a first-round grade in this year's draft. The Ravens traded the 14th pick and next year's number 1. My guess is the Ravens looked at their board and they said, we're not getting David Bailey. We're not getting Arvell Reese. We're not getting Reuben Bain. So we're not going to get a first-round pass rusher at 14. So we trade a second-round player in that 14th pick, and next year we'll be picking 28th. So that's going to be a second-round player too. We're not trading first-round players for Max Crosby. That's where I think Baltimore, and I think that's what makes Baltimore smarter than everybody else, whereas so many people are like, oh, Isaiah Wilson was a first-round pick. He was the 28th pick. That's not the same as the 6th pick. And so I do think the Ravens at least are doing something. Who the hell is James Pierre?
James Pierre?
The Vikings have agreed to terms with corner James Pierre on a 2-year, $8.5 million deal with 3.7 guaranteed. That is a Scarbini contract if I've ever seen one. Yeah, that one.
That's one that I'm shocked the money got out.
Defensive tackle Neville Gallimore to the Bears for 2 years and $12 million.
Who cares?
I think those are just when they have these Scarbini deals. It's like
the money's definitely coming from the teams.
One person
don't want anyone to believe they're overpaying for these guys who are no names.
One person says, I bet Jared is wishing he didn't do a special show this morning. I am not. I mean, because here's the way I look at it. I think about it like I knew the Titans were either going to be off the board immediately with some good shit like Linderbaum or Hendrickson, or some crazy shit like $25 million for Wan'Dale Robinson, or they were going to do nothing and everybody was going to be pissed off about them doing nothing. So I knew it was going to be one of the three. And right now, everybody's pissed off at them for doing nothing. I am not pissed off at them for doing nothing. Because the guys I like are still on the board. So
would you be more upset with the Titans overpaying in free agency or doing nothing? Well, because I'm not upset with the Titans overpaying in free agency. That's what you have to do in free agency.
When you have the money, you have to overpay. I mean, what you're doing is you're buying. This is how I look at free agency. You are buying second contracts that you didn't draft. So, for instance, Dan Moore. They paid all that money for Dan Moore, and everybody was like, oh, my God, why are they paying all that money for Dan Moore? And I'm like, because he's the only available left tackle, and he's 25 years old or whatever. So you're buying that first-round pick that you would have to use on a left tackle if you wanted to draft a left tackle. You're buying that pick. So for me, I look at it like, okay, I'm buying Tyler Linderbaum as a first-round pick. Like, that's how I view it. Like, I'm buying that first-round pick in 2022 that I missed on Treylon Burks. I'm buying that in Tyler Linderbaum, who is a second contract guy. So, in order to get Tyler Linderbaum, you have to overpay. And so that's where I'm like, well, it's not my money. And
it's like they're paying anybody else.
Say overpay.
That's what you have to do in free agency. And if the Titans do nothing, they're screwed. If the Titans overpay in free agency, they might be screwed. They might not be. And I'm willing to gamble with that. What I'm not willing to gamble with is the Titans running it back with a bunch of dingalings and still failing Cam Ward for yet the second year in a row.
How gun shy do you think they are about spending big money in free agency because Rand fucked it up so bad 2 years ago?
I mean, like, does that matter?
No! But everybody keeps bringing it up. Easton Freeze brought it up yesterday. I mean, even somebody in the chat just said Rand started off strong, spent a lot in free agency. Now we're ripping him for doing so. So they got to exhibit patience and sign the right guys. And I'm like, the problem was not the money. The problem was who you spent the money on. A bad center who was at the top of the market and an injured corner. Ridley was fine. Pollard's been fine. Those guys were fine, but spending the money on Cushenberry, who sucked, and Snead, who, by the way, told Caroline that you had nothing to worry about with his knees, and he is still hurt today and is going to cost them $7.5 million this year because they guaranteed $7.5 million for injury on the third year of that deal. That's why when you sign the wrong,
do not need to worry about luxurious knees.
It's like the draft, right? You make a trade, you trade out of number one, and you draft 9 guys with the number one. And there's these stories of like, wow, look at everything Dallas got for Herschel Walker. Well, there's also deals that Cleveland made where they traded away the Julio Jones pick to Atlanta and they traded away the Carson Wentz pick to Philadelphia and got all these picks and didn't draft a single player worth of shit. That's not the draft pick's fault. That's the guys picking the players' fault. And I think we need to remember that.
And if you believe that the regime is so scared about what the former regime did, like spending money is a non-negotiable in the NFL. Like drafting a quarterback at some point at some time in your franchise's history is a non-negotiable. You don't see teams that swing and miss and drafting quarterbacks at the top of the draft just not draft quarterbacks. You don't see teams that swing and miss on high-priced free agents just not spend money. That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Have you ever been worried about what somebody did in your job before you?
No. Like,
you shouldn't be, because that's dumb. That's not how business works. That's not how football works. That's not how roster construction works. And if they are so terrified of spending money because Ran Carthon did 2 years ago, they deserve to be fired.
I mean, I'll put it to you like this. You think the money helped New England last year? The Milton Williams and Stephon Diggs and Morgan Moses and Carlton Davis and Harold Landry, it absolutely helped the Patriots last year. It's not the money's fault. Ran Carthon was the single stupidest person you could have hired to be general manager. He was terrible.
Single stupidest person you could have hired to be general manager.
Have you ever seen a worse one?
I mean, probably.
Who?
You know what, Jared? I'm not going to go through my entire Rolodex of every single person who's ever been a GM in the NFL, but there's been some doozies.
Ran Carthon made Chris Ballard look like Bill Polian. He was.
How many times do you think Amy would have fired Chris Ballard by now?
Oh my God.
Like 11.
Oh my God. I mean, it's not even a good job now if you're the Colts. You've got all your money tied up in Alec Pierce, and you've all your picks are tied up in Sauce Gardner. But then again, it's not like the Titans are doing so well, so it's hard to kind of make fun of them.
That's the thing is, I can make fun of the Colts all day long because I think that trading for Sauce Gardner was dumb. I think paying Alec Pierce all that money is dumb. I think what they're going to pay Daniel Jones is going to be dumb. At least they're doing something. Like, I see their plan. I see the vision, and the future of this team is Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce. And although I don't agree with it, it is a vision. It is something.
I guess I'm not going to have a strong reaction one way or another until Linderbaum and Hendrickson come off the board.
About what the Titans are doing?
Yeah. If Linderbaum comes off the board and let's say he goes to the Raiders, and Hendrickson goes off the board and let's say he goes to the Cowboys, and they're huge deals, and then the Titans end up signing John Franklin Myers, then I'm going to be pissed. Yeah. If the Titans spend $30 million for Wan'Dale Robinson, then I'm going to be pissed. But until that happens, I don't have a feeling one way or another. I understand the fans who are really anxious and really nervous and everything else, but I'm not there right now. I
mean, free agency started an hour ago. Like, there's still like some of the top free agents out there that are still on the board. I wouldn't panic. I also do think there's some potential names that could be thrown out there that we didn't think could ever be available in a trade, or at least haven't been rumored to be in a trade and could be on the market. Like, if I'm the Titans, I don't really think I'm in the business of trading first-round picks or trading any sort of actual legitimate tangible draft capital.
Sure.
But like, the Dolphins are ripping everything down to the studs. That's clear. They traded Minkah Fitzpatrick. They're paying all that money to just get rid of Tua.
Although they signed Malik.
And Malik is their big go-for-it move.
I mean, hey, I wouldn't do it.
Devon Achane? Jalen Waddle? Like, I don't know. Like, I think there's guys, like, names that could be on the market, that could be on the trading block as some of these dominoes fall throughout the day. But also, the Malik thing. What the hell are the Arizona Cardinals doing?
Oh, I don't know. And
I thought that was a given that he would end up in Arizona.
And they probably can't trade for Mac Jones because I don't think Kyle Shanahan will trade him in the division.
I also don't think the 49ers are in the business of trading Mac Jones.
I think you are. I mean, I think if somebody offers you a third-round pick, a top 100 player, given the money that they spend on their veteran players, I think you have to take it.
But, I mean, Brock Purdy wasn't available all of last season. Mac Jones kept that thing on the tracks. Like, having a reliable backup quarterback is pretty good real estate in the NFL. Like, a second or third round pick would be hard to say no to, but I don't think they're in the position where they have to. I wouldn't.
So here's the list that PK put out there over the weekend as Titans targets. Pass rushers, Odafe Owe, Jalen Phillips is off the board, $30 million a year. John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Kuntz, Draymond Jones is off the board at $13 million. Joseph Asai is off the board. He has come off the board here. Kaylavon Chason, Arnold Ekabike. Corners, Alante Taylor and Kobe Durant are still out there. Both centers, Tyler Linderbaum and Luke Fortner, are out there. Tight end, Chigakonkwo, Isaiah Likely is off the board. Daniel Bellinger and Charlie Kolar, and then receiver Alec Pierce, Romeo Dobbs. Caroline, before we get you out of here,
yes,
who do you think the Titans are at? Like, what do you think is going to happen today?
Oh, I don't think the Titans are going to make any big time headline Sports Center caliber moves. And I think that that's a mistake. I'm always of the belief that just because a free agent signing makes big news doesn't make it a good move. But I do think it would be a mistake if the Titans don't at least make some sort of swing. If the Titans don't spend money. Like, what's stopping you? It doesn't have to be a guy that contributes for the next 5-7 years. It doesn't have to be a guy that you're going to hold on to when this, it once.
Oh, shit. Caroline, we got breaking news.
Oh. Is it going to piss me off?
The Titans have agreed to terms on a 2-year deal with Mitchell Trubisky.
Exactly. All right. Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying. All that. I'm looking through your chat right now and seeing Titans fans quite literally melting down that we're an hour and 6 minutes into free agency and everyone is losing their ever-loving minds, waiting for the Linderbaum, the Hendrickson, any of these big fish to fall. The Titans are like, yep, can't do that, but what I can do is Mitch Trubisky. I didn't even know Mitch Trubisky was still playing, to be honest with you.
I think he was Josh Allen's backup.
Was he? Couldn't have told you. Had no idea. You know why? Because I didn't care. I didn't care where Mitch Trubisky was. I didn't care what Mitch Trubisky was doing.
So, breaking news.
That's not going to be it. That's not going to be.
Do they get one of the big dogs? Move. Do they get, yes or no, do they get one of the big dogs?
I don't think so, because I don't think that they will be willing to pay enough of the suck tax. And you're going to have to pay a lot of the suck tax to get some of these big name free agents to come to the Titans.
Caroline Fenton, ladies and gentlemen, for all the people in the chat that talk about it, them thinking that Caroline is hot, she gets married in 1 month and 2 days.
1 month and 2 days. So sorry.
If you are going to make your move, you have got 1 month and 2 days in order to get it done.
You Caroline, and the Titans are both on the clock.
Yes, Caroline Fenton, fresh off her bachelorette party. Caroline, thank you so much. We will obviously talk very, very soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Okay, Caroline Fenton, Yahoo Sports, joining us right there on the program. Okay, as far as the Titans are concerned, Mitch Trubisky on a 2-year contract. And with that, we bring in Jonathan Hutton, who joins us now here on the program from OutKick. Okay, Hutton, Titan fans in the chat are pissed.
They got better, Jared. They got better today.
They want the big names. They haven't got those yet. Your reaction to Mitch Trubisky, and then the lack of movement on the big names that were expected, or even so far the medium names that were expected, Hutton?
Man, look, it's not my money, Jared. Let's spend it all, right? I entertain the idea of Kenneth Walker. I like that idea with the Titans backfield. Mitch Trubisky, better backup than options that they had on their roster. Great. This comes down to Cam Ward and whether or not the dude can play or not, and putting assets around him. Look, they've got to crush this draft. That goes without saying. But as far as what they're going to do at running back, I mean, are you okay with Pollard?
No,
because I'd rather see an upgrade there. And I don't mind if it's in the draft, but looking at the money that they have available, I'm not counting dollars and cents here. I'm just looking at the players and trying to stick with the market. I'm not wanting to overpay Alec Pierce, but in the backfield, I feel like as far as the production is concerned, this is a quarterback that desperately needs a run game and a consistent one. And it's more than just a one or two headed monster. They need somebody that can get out of the backfield and do something with the football. It's not just about taking a handoff.
So a lot of people would say in response to that, Hutton, that will be Jeremiah Love, that will be the move that they end up making.
Okay.
I do wonder this.
They pick fourth, though. They don't pick first.
I do wonder, though, do you think that it's surprising that a Wan'Dale Robinson hasn't come off the board yet for the Titans, or a John Franklin Myers, the guys that are tied to the coaching staff who people thought the Titans were going to, it'd be a slam dunk for. Are you surprised that hasn't happened yet, Hutton?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the one I am surprised about, Jared, is Wan'Dale Robinson, just based on the reports. The reports that he's been linked to the Titans and his former coach, Dable. Look, is he a number one receiver? I mean, is he someone I think about? No. The number one receiver just went to Pittsburgh on a trade. Are you about to overpay for a high-end slot guy? They are, if they bring him in here. But overpay, this is the name of the game this time of year. And in terms of where this roster is right now, the Titans have to overpay. Mm-hmm. They have to overpay to go and improve their roster because they're paying the price for not making the right selections through the draft. Has Linderbaum signed? To my knowledge,
so I'm not worked up yet.
Okay,
because Linderbaum
don't need to be worked up. Yeah,
Hendrickson
we're just getting started here. Yeah,
have not signed. But if Hendrickson and Linderbaum go off the board, and the Titans overpay for Wan'Dale Robinson, I'm going to go nuts. That's why I haven't had a big reaction one way or another. I mean, Trubisky's the backup to Cam Ward, and they're going to trade Levis for a bag of footballs, and I don't, I expected that. And Trubisky's better than Brandon Allen, so whatever. But if Linderbaum goes off the board and Hendrickson go off the board, and all of a sudden we're looking at the Titans at the end of the day, and it's Kayvon Chaisson and overpaying for Wan'Dale Robinson, then I'll go nuts.
Well, and then pairing that with what in the draft at number 4? You know what I mean? Like, again, the number 4 pick has to be a difference maker and an elite player from the jump, because that's the only way they're going to rebuild this roster is through the draft. Those are your chess pieces. This right here, this is the periphery. You get some role players through free agency, but if you're good in the NFL, you don't make it to free agency. And if you're good and you make it to free agency, it's probably because you're either coming off of an injury or you're aged. You're at a point where the team that you're with is just not going to guarantee your salary for the second or third year of a contract. But it's a risk that the Titans have to pay and have to make. Are there more options than Kenneth Walker? Yes. Are there more options than Trey Hendrickson? There are in the draft. But whoever they end up going with, they've got to hit on that guy. And guys, I mean, they've got 3-4 picks in the top 101. They've got to crush that, because that's the premium talent that they can actually mold and cultivate and coach. Unlike these guys that are coming in and you know exactly who they are, what they're about, and the role they're going to fill. Much of the guys that you're about to pay, the Titans are about to pay, we've seen their ceiling. This second or third contract time. They're cashing in. They're supposed to fill the role that they're paid to do, but it's the guys at the draft that are going to make or break whether or not this team's going to be improved or not.
What do you make of the fact that, again, the Titans spent a bunch of money in free agency 2 years ago and it didn't work out? And could there be some hesitancy from Mike Borgonzi not to try to make the same mistake that people think Rand Carthon made?
They have to spend money, though, this year, because there's a 3-year – you could probably explain this better than I can. There's a 3-year average for a floor that you, as an organization, you have to meet within your roster. The Titans are among 3 or 4 teams that have to spend an extra $50 million to get to that threshold. So they're going to spend money. The question comes down to are they restructuring? It's not just free agency money where they can spread that out. And there are more running backs. Jared, do you have everything pulled up right there?
Yes, the running back position.
Yeah. Can you pull up, give me some of the guys that would be just comparable to Sharp?
Well, so Kenneth Gainwell just signed for about $10 million.
Okay.
As far as the board is concerned, I'm trying to look at the free agent rankings that would I'm looking at guys that would be better than Pollard. Mm-hmm. If you're going to sign a running back, it would be to sign a running back and get rid of Pollard.
Better than Tajay.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Rico Dowdle. Tyler Algier, although Algier's kind of more of that big thumping back. So
Yeah.
if you were to go sign Algier, it's kind of more like, okay, well, we signed Algier and we're going to pair him with Spears more than it would be anybody else.
Yeah, I said Sharp. You Spears. You know what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't think that's Dable's offense. I think it's more of the Spears type. Pollard out of the backfield's fine, but that's where they've got to upgrade. I think it's not as much as just a ball carrier. They need a weapon.
Well, so I've said this. They need to use their resources, and this is why I don't like Wan'Dale Robinson. They need to use their resources on touchdown scorers and sackers.
Well,
so when it comes to paying
yes.
Alontae Taylor at corner, I just believe the Titans can go sign, wait till day 3 or 4 of free agency and go sign a couple of, corners. And I don't care if it's Roger McCreary. I don't care if it's Kobe Durant. I don't care if it's Kader Kohu. I don't just sign them. And spend your money on sackers and touchdown scorers. And that's why I would say, like, if David Bailey's available in the draft or Jeremiah Love's available, I'm cool with either one because one's a sacker and one's a touchdown scorer. But to your point, they need guys that put the ball in the paint.
They'll take a first down right now, man. Like how bad was that offense a year ago? And also, like, I'm trying to think about, like, okay, there's what's their roadmap? Brian Dable has stressed, and everywhere he's been, he's improved the completion percentage of the quarterbacks he's been around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with Alec Pierce and Wan'Dale Robinson, vastly different receivers. One dude barely gets 50 catches a season, if that. But he's going to go and take the top off of defense. The other guy is going to get he gets targeted like 9 or 10 times a game. But he's not going to take the top off of defense all that much. But he's going to be consistent and get you plenty of catches for a quarterback that needs a safety valve. What's their plan for the offense with Cam Ward? And if they view Robinson as an ascending player, still on the ascend, and they certainly, it's going to be Brian Dable that makes that decision. He's made the decisions with the offense, and they're trusting him to do that. He's the head coach of the offense. Great. He was there when they brought him in New York, and we'll see what he would have done with him had he stuck around long enough to coach him more than he did. But Jared, I'm with you, man. Like, the plan has to be more than what we've seen from Robinson than just a slot guy. Because otherwise, wouldn't you want to develop the receivers that you have just to play that role? I don't view Wan'Dale Robinson as a true number one target in the NFL. So I said I don't think about him in that way. He's a complementary piece to a player they have to find.
One person says, Mike Borgonzi told you he wants to build through the draft. I see them getting a center and 1 or 2 corners. That sounds good. I was talking to Caroline about this when it says, hey, we want to be a draft and develop team. Draft, develop, retain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that sounds good.
Everyone says that.
But you can't, like, if Borgonzi says, we're going to sign 1 or 2 guys in free agency this year, but we're not going to spend a bunch of money, we're going to draft, then he's going to get fired before those draft picks come to fruition anyways. So I think that is a little over the top.
Okay, but
they have to go get good players in free agency.
I'm with you, man. Like, this roster is horrendous, top to bottom. They're going to have to go overspend for a corner. They don't have any. They're going to draft one too, but they're going to have to go overspend. They're going to go get the corners that they want for the defense that they plan on playing, the taller, more physical corners on the outside. They're going to have to go overspend for those dudes. And in terms of what they want offensively, let's start at the offensive line and start at center. Who knows? Maybe they put Wan'Dale Robinson on the back burner because they're trying to get one of the top centers in the NFL in here. I don't know. What I do know is they're going to do more than sign a center and a couple of corners because they're going to turn over a vast majority of this roster, just like they were having a fire sale at the trade deadline, getting rid of anybody that didn't fit whatever vision that Borgonzi was having. And trust me, if Salah's not in on you, peace out, especially given the defensive factors that he's looking for.
Do you believe that they are in on Linderbaum right now? And I say this because I spent all day Saturday making fun of the Cowboys
Yeah.
Because Diana Rossini was like, oh, they were close on Hendrickson, or they were close on Crosby. And I'm like, I mean, congratulations, Jerry. But at the same time, like, do we think they're in on Linderbaum? Do we think they're in on Hendrickson? Do we think they're in on these guys? Because Titan fans are getting frustrated. But if it comes down 30 seconds from now that the Titans have signed Tyler Linderbaum, every single person in the chat that's losing their shit about, what's Mike doing? What do we do? They're going to be like, yeah. So I have to ask, do you think they're in on these guys right now?
How could Carmen Brasillo not want to coach him? Right? Like, if you're going to turn to because last 2 years we've been talking about the offensive line coach. Let's do it again, because Daboll specifically mentioned he wanted him and brought him with him. If you have all this money available, you have the most in the NFL, and you have the top center available that plays the type of ball that I think the Titans would like to describe themselves at, why would you not want to, kick the tires on that? They definitely want a veteran center. They're not going to go down the path of a rookie, because they want to take that off of the plate of their quarterback with all the protections and stuff and just have him just go play ball. This is the guy to do it. Now, it's not 3 days ago, it was a pretty deep center crop right now. But,
Biotish is gone. McGovern's gone.
Thank you. Yep.
So who are you going to, if you don't sign Linderbaum or Luke Fortner, and I don't even know if Luke Fortner was better than Lloyd Cushenberry. And I thought Lloyd Cushenberry kind of sucked. But if it ends up being Luke Fortner or Dylan Parham, like, I'm not sure you're a better football team today.
Well, they got rid of Cushenberry. Didn't they waive him injured?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, first off, they didn't like the way he was rehabbing. Second off, I mean, if you're not bought in, they'll treat you like they treated Devondre Sweat if they don't think you're, putting forth the effort needed. I'm not saying that was the case with Cushenberry, but it's either that or they just don't think you're playing the style of ball that they're going to do moving forward. The dude for Baltimore does. Take anybody from that organization with how they've been playing. The Titans and Ravens up front, especially. Look at the running back. But that's what Cam Ward needs. He needs a front that he can trust, and needs a run game that they can turn to and lean on to dictate the pace and the overall the game plan, the pace of play, control the time of possession, instead of having him throw 40, 50 times a game. That's just not going to cut it in terms of improvement. They're getting to drastically reduce that and rely on the trenches. And it's really no different than how Robinson came in and started a rebuild. They started up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And I don't know. I understand the contract's the contract, but running it back at left tackle, I think, is a mistake. And it sounds like they're going with Latham at right tackle. If you're going to do anything, you have to address center with one of the best in the league.
I just think about it like when you bring up the John Robinson thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the first big move that John Robinson made was
Running
DeMarco
back.
Murray. He went out and got DeMarco Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm like, this team, that takes me back to touchdown scorers and sackers. Like, this team needs to be in on touchdown scorers and sackers. That's one thing about Kenneth Walker that when I heard he was a possibility, that I'm like, okay, is he can put the ball in the paint. I mean, he makes the team better the second you sign him. I'm worried that they're going to, again, get their fancy in on Wan'Dale Robinson and guys that are, just added pieces, which they need, but not the big impact players that I think they really need. And that does worry me, as far as the Titans are concerned. I do want to get, by the way, to some of the reaction as well, but I worry that when it comes to what they're doing. Oh, apparently I think we have a move. The Titans, here we go, Hutton.
Yep.
The Titans are signing former Giants tight end Daniel Bellinger. So
bring on the New York Giants, baby.
So we now have Mitch Trubisky and Daniel Bellinger.
Hey, that means that Shig's probably not back.
Well, that's a good thing, I think.
Because they want somebody that can also block. Bellinger, I don't know. Jared, I can tell you've got your board pulled up. Like it. I don't know where you have him. Like this guy, this is a piece to the offensive style that they're going to be. He's going to be on the field. They just signed somebody who's going to play quite a few downs on 12 personnel. And that means Chig's probably not back unless he tests the market and sees that the Titans are offering him the best.
Okay, you want to know what his PFF free agent ranking was?
Probably down there with like Cade Otton.
339th.
Yeah.
So he is behind. Here are all the tight ends that PFF has ahead of Daniel Bellinger. Tyler Conklin, Taysom Hill, Foster Moreau, Zach Ertz, Noah Fant,
Foster
Tyler
Moreau.
Higbee, Mo Alley Cox, Chris Manhertz, Mercedes Lewis, Cade Otton, Austin Hooper, Darren Waller, Charlie Kolar, Chiga Conquo, David Njoku, Jonnu Smith, Isaiah Likely, Travis Kelce, Dallas Goedert, Kyle Pitts. So that's who they're going out and getting. I've pulled up his PFF info. His overall grade is not ranked because he does not have enough snaps. Let's see. Last year, PFF, he was a solid run blocker at 68.2 and a solid in the passing game at 63 overall. His grade on 556 snaps, which is about half a season, was 62.5. So, I mean, this, I guess you could tell me you put him in there and he and Gunnar Helm are kind of battling out for snap counts.
No,
that is not overly
I think Helm's more the receiver now.
I mean, that's not good enough for a young quarterback, is it?
No. But I'm saying like they're going to. I'm saying Helm, Gunnar Helm is more of your typical dual threat guy, and Bellinger is going to be your battering ram.
Would you feel comfortable today? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
Would you feel comfortable today putting Gunnar Helm in as tight end one?
No.
See, I wouldn't either. And that's what worries me.
But you know what though? Are you going too tight in, or just 11 personnel?
I mean, I think you're going to have a mix
matter.
of both.
That does matter to me, because if we're going too tight, then I have no problem, because again, I'm just worried he's just an extra receiver for me at that point.
You
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I would like a better number one tight end for a young quarterback. Like I'm fine with Gunnar Helm. You know, like if they I wanted to sign Jonnu Smith and to say, okay, Jonnu Smith's the number one tight end, but if Gunnar Helm develops and he starts to outplay him and he starts to do all those things, Hutton, then I would feel good about, putting Jonnu's ass on the bench and giving Gunnar Helm that tight end one spot once he's earned it. What I don't like, and the Titans have done this far too often, is I do not like this shit where they sit there and they're like, well, you know what? We've seen enough out of him. We're going to make him a starter. And then he gets out there and he just stinks. And that's what I think I'm a little worried about. I think we lost your mic there for a second, Hutton. But I am worried about that. Apparently another punter coming off apparently the punters are flying off the board, just not the Titans punters. There we go, Hutton.
What is wrong with my equipment today?
I don't know.
It was freezing up on me the last time I joined you.
I don't know. Maybe it's you and StreamYard.
It could be, although I'm on Chrome. I don't know. Sorry, man.
No, you're good. Your thoughts, though, on the Titans just giving that position to Gunnar Helm if they do? Like, do you think it's irresponsible to say, hey, you're going to be the number one tight end of this team?
No.
I do.
No, but, well, hang on. I don't want to base it off of what we just saw with an offense that was inept that fired their head coach 6 weeks in. I'd rather I want to see what Brian Daboll's capable of with they're saying they're resetting their quarterback going back to his rookie year again. Like whatever the hell we were just watching is not something they want to replicate. But I mean, tight end one, would you rather have Chigakonkwo?
No.
No,
because
not
Chick
me.
can't block. But
I'm saying Gunnar Helm's better than Chigakonkwo to me.
I'm willing to give Gunnar Helm a chance, but I'm not willing to start the season with me relying on him. I think that's the difference. Apparently, Cade Mays to the Lions, 3 years, $25 million with $14 million guaranteed. So that's another center that is off the board. So now it kind of feels like, and I know that, again, PK threw out the name Luke Fortner, and TD, who's going to join us at the top of the hour, threw out the name Dylan Parham, who played guard, but could
guard. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That because he would have a connection with the offensive line coach, right?
Yeah, with Brasillo.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like Linderbaum or bust at center. If they don't get Linderbaum, it feels like a nightmare for the Titans if they don't get Linderbaum at this point. With Biotish already gone, with McGovern re-signing, now with Mays off the board, if they don't get a center, and I mean, again, is Luke Fortner better than Cushenberry? You alluded to, I would like to know more about this. Apparently the Titans were unhappy with are the Titans unhappy with the way that Lloyd Cushenberry was rehabbing?
No, I'm saying like he came back and played, and then I don't think he was anything like the description of the player that they claimed they were signing from Denver. That dude in Denver was supposed to be like this alpha male bulldozer leader of the locker room type guy. I don't know. That's the impression I took from Lloyd Cushenberry, the best center on the market whenever they signed him 2 years ago. He was just a guy here.
Well, I thought that Lloyd Cushenberry, like his metrics weren't very good, with PFF, but make that of what you will. PFF loves Aaron Brewer, but
yeah, I know. Yeah.
When he would go out, Levin or Brunskill would come in and play it would be the exact same. So for me, that was,
if you can't claim a leadership role in this locker room.
Yeah.
Come on. Like that's what I'm saying is like, this was for the taking for a guy like that. Yeah. I mean, and again, dude's hurt, Achilles, a lot of weight on that Achilles. Like I understand, not everyone's going to come back from that injury the same. He pushed back and he tried to come back. He was just wasn't worth what they were going to pay him. But you don't make that move unless you have someone specifically in mind, do you? Well,
I like Biotish, who went to Washington and was good.
Was he available when they made that move?
Yes. So it was between Biotish and Cushenberry. Biotish was more accomplished. Cushenberry was bigger. And remember, Bill Callahan really cared about the beef of those guys. And so why they had Cushenberry ahead of Biotish. Cushenberry got more money than Biotish. I liked Biotish because I thought Biotish was a really good player for the Cowboys. And
yeah, he was.
That's where I wanted to go that route, but it had to be one of the two.
No, I'm saying, was he available this year when they made that move with Cushenberry? Had he already been cut in Washington?
No. So they cut Cushenberry, and then like 2 days later, Biotish became available.
Yeah. So I don't know that there's no way they saw that coming when they made that move. I'm just saying, like they to me, there's a player they have in mind that they want to anchor the line. Every other move they've made has been very deliberate.
It can't be Dylan Parham. Like it can't be, hey, we're signing Luke Fortner and we're signing Kevin Zeitler, and that's our line. It can't. You cannot do it. It's got to be
line in this quarterback.
Kelsey says, I truly believe we are living on Elm Street. It is a nightmare. Again, Linderbaum is still on the board. Linderbaum's on the board. Hendrickson's on the board. Alante, I don't care about corners, so when they spend for corners, I'm not going to get too excited about it because I think you can just go get average corners and be fine. But there are still plenty of free agents that are available. It's just, I think, and the Titans did this themselves because Adam Schefter was talking about all the cap space the Titans were going to have. And this was during the season, Hutton. Like this was, when the team was just absolute dog shit and they'd already fired the coach. And Adam Schefter was talking about the money. Kevin Harlan did the Chiefs game. And Kevin Harlan on the broadcast was like, and this is a team that will have $120 million in cap space this upcoming season. And you know how this works. You know that somebody with the Titans in those broadcast meetings sat there and said, hey, Kev, like, trust us. We're going to, we got a plan here because we're going to, and he went right to the broadcast with it, which is what he was really.
What else are you going to talk about with this team?
And so if you're going to brag about all the money you've got, you have to go spend some of it. But if they get Linderbaum, then they will have spent it. If they get Hendrickson, then they will have spent it. But at this point, if they don't end up with one of those guys, I don't think there's a quality free agent out there that will justify the money that they're going to end up spending in free agency. And it's going to be a bust like it was 2 years ago.
Unless the new offensive line coach is the opposite of the old one and knows how to, craft everything and turn it to gold. Yeah.
Nick Folk to the Falcons, by the way.
The older leg needs that.
There are two takes that I had. I think I may need to take a second to apologize about something that doesn't have to do with free agent frenzy while we're sitting here waiting for the Titans. So there are two takes that I've had that were based off of information that was given to me that have blown up in my face.
Okay.
The first is Nick Folk, my guys in Boston, I go on the Boston show and my buddies, they were like, oh yeah, he can't kick it far worth of shit. So when the Titans added him, I was like, he can't kick it far.
Yeah, man.
And he came in and mini leg is what I called him. And he started drilling all those kicks. So I was wrong about that. So Nolan Smith, the TSU basketball coach.
Yeah.
He was an assistant coach at Louisville, under Kenny Payne.
Okay.
I think you would agree with me, Hutton. I've got pretty good sourcing when it comes to Louisville.
Louisville.
I was told this Nolan Smith didn't know Tuesday from Wednesday. So when TSU hired him, I was like, and so Lauren Walsh at Channel 4, she, I guess, covered him or something when he was an assistant at Duke or played at Duke or I don't know.
Yeah, both.
But she put out there like, great hire TSU. And I just responded to it and I was like, no. Because again, what I was hearing out of Louisville was that Nolan Smith was, I hate to say it, was not a very good coach. Put that the nice way.
Okay.
And Lauren Walsh got so mad at me. Like so mad at me. And I'm like, and in all seriousness, like I said, no, that he was going to be terrible. And I screenshotted my tweet and I sent that to the Louisville people and everyone was like, ha, 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 whatever. And Nolan Smith is like John Wooden out there. Holy shit. Congratulations to TSU. So I owe, as we get to the Nick Folk thing, I was wrong about Nick Folk because I took information from Boston and that information was not right. Nolan Smith, I took information from Louisville. It looks like that information was wrong. So I owe Lauren Walsh at Channel 4 and I owe Nolan Smith both apologies. And I'd like to put those apologies out here right now while we're on the topic of Nick Folk. And I'm sure somebody will tell Lauren Walsh that I said that. I can't because she got so mad at me for saying that Nolan Smith was a bad coach. She blocked me on Twitter.
Should I post right now? I've never sent a message to her. Should I just randomly send her a message and say Jared Stillman apologizes?
Whatever. I don't give a shit, but I want my apology out there. So there you go. Again, what the hell are the Titans doing?
Hey, so, how do you? Where's John Franklin Myers at?
I don't know. Like
this guy.
I mean, Titans Twitter and all the reporting was so convinced that Wan'Dale Robinson and John Franklin Myers were coming to the Titans right away.
Franchise-saving players.
And we're an hour and a half into this, and they don't have a single one yet.
Okay, let's just deep breath, everyone. For everyone that you say Titans Twitter, go crazy over the players that they don't go after that you would actually buy a jersey for. No one's out there rushing to buy a Wan'Dale Robinson jersey or a John Franklin Myers jersey.
Yeah, but no one's going to buy a Linderbaum jersey, and they need him.
No, those dudes. I'm saying those dudes are coming through the draft,
but they need Linderbaum. Like I think Hendrickson is a jersey buyer.
Oh, okay, I agree.
So if they can that's why I'm just waiting on. Again, all these names can go off the board. I'm just waiting on Linderbaum and Hendrickson before I start to get my blood boiled one way or another. The one guy I like, who apparently nobody else likes at wide receiver, and PK said that the Titans were going to be in on Alec Pierce and Wan'Dale Robinson and Romeo Doubs. And what bothers me about those is that all three of those guys, Hutton, they all do different things. So what it looks like to me is you're just saying we need a receiver, not we need a specific kind of receiver. I like Shaheed, who is still on the board. I think he's a speed guy. He won't cost what Alec Pierce costs, but nobody else seems to like Shaheed.
I bet the Raiders do.
If they do not go Wan'Dale Robinson at receiver, what are they going to do at receiver? They're just going to run it back with Ridley and DK and Iomanner?
Well, Ridley's the big. I don't know what they're thinking about Ridley. I think it really comes down to what they end up doing here. They can upgrade on Calvin Ridley. I mean, I haven't thought about Ridley and the combo with him and Cam Ward in a long time. Look, Romeo Doubs, Wan'Dale Robinson, Alec Pierce, number 2 receivers. They're number 2 receivers. They don't have a number 1 right now. If I wanted a number 1, I would have traded for Michael Pittman Jr. How do you feel about Mike Evans, Jared?
I don't know. I think the injuries and age, because you'd have to pay quite a suck tax on that.
Sure. Yeah.
And I look, 2 years ago when Evans re-signed, like on the eve of free agency, that was a guy I really wanted.
Yeah.
I don't think I feel that way about Evans today. I mean, the way I look at it is I'm like, okay, if I sign a free agent receiver, and I'm spending north of $20 million, then I need that free agent receiver to be better than Ridley so I can get rid of Ridley, which is why I was so hot for DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Now, I would not have given up what Buffalo gave up in order to get DJ Moore, so I understand that. They're not going to get A.J. Brown. So I guess I'm sitting here saying, like, well, are any of these guys better than Ridley? Is Romeo Doubs better than Ridley? And
Romeo Doubs, yes, he is. Yes, he is, because Romeo Doubs is consistent when he's on the field. Calvin Ridley's a playmaker every now and then. He was part of the Titans highlight package last year. He was also on the bench a lot, rehabbing. Romeo Doubs has been hurt too, but what I do know is whenever he's on the field, Romeo Doubs, his quarterbacks have a 100 passer rating. Mm-hmm. Whenever they target him, the dude catches the football. I'm okay with that. The Titans need dudes that will do that. Not just the short routes, intermediate. They need to find someone that can take the top off the defense. Yes, they need speed. They need guys that just get open. I didn't see a lot of that. They got a lot of youth, and then everybody else is just kind of there. And half the time they're not available. If you're signing these guys, Wan'Dale Robinson, Romeo Doubs, they need to be available. Same can be said for Trey Hendrickson. He's a 17, 18 sack guy per year. I'm with you on his ceiling. But his floor needs to be better than Harold Landry Jr. picking up his 10th sack in week 18 because they're diving for the football and he happens to put his hand on the quarterback. Like it's more than just bulk plays. It's about making plays when you need one. Are the pass rushers going to make a huge play on 3rd down when you need to get off the field?
See, I think Hendrickson does.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If Robinson and Doubs are going to be used in a massive moment and they're going to catch the damn ball, I'm okay with that. Alec Pierce, meanwhile, you're going to throw it to him. You're going to bombs over Baghdad 2 or 3 times a game. But to my knowledge, that I think Dable's more focused on making sure that you start towards the line of scrimmage and then work your way up. They're going to throw it long, but I think he wants to work and rein Cam Ward in a bit to read the defense. To do that, the receivers got to help him. Cam Ward's got to help his receivers too, but the receivers got to help him out with it. Not everything needs to be right at the numbers. Have a catch radius.
Apparently,
the Titans receivers didn't have a catch radius last year.
Apparently, Bellinger is 3 years, $24 million. So that's $8 million a year.
Well, hang on. $8 million next year. I don't know about these contracts, man.
Breaking news. This from Adam Schefter. Ravens free agent center Tyler Linderbaum reached an agreement today with the Raiders on a 3-year, $81 million deal that includes $60 million in guarantees and makes him the highest paid interior offensive lineman in NFL history. So that's 81 over 3. I think he's thinking he's going to get back out to free agency. 81 divided by 3 is 27 a year for Tyler Linderbaum.
Hey,
to the Raiders.
The Raiders are in the same spot as the Titans. They got tons of money to spend, and they've got a quarterback on a rookie contract.
So now no Linderbaum. What are you going to do at center? No Linderbaum, no McGovern, no Biotish. The only guy left on PK's list that he had out over the weekend that he was bragging about, he's got, is hit in the past with his list.
Who is it?
Is Luke Fortner. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really know who Luke Fortner. I think he was with the Saints, maybe.
No idea.
$27 million.
Well, okay, there's your suck tax, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I thought the suck tax on Linderbaum was going to be, 20. I think I put the number at like 24.5. And so he got 27.
I'm looking at some of the other names. I mean, I'm foolish to sit here and say like I've been grading centers. I just know guys that are in the league and that stick with the team and the same quarterback over and over. That means something. And the loss for Linderbaum in Baltimore is going to impact them. It will. It's the same type of situation with Vegas and Tennessee. Young quarterback, you want to bring him in and just stabilize everything up front. That's the Raiders, having the money to spend. And they've got how many picks now? 11 picks, I think. 11 total draft picks. Yeah, that's the way to rebuild. Spend up front because you don't have to spend money on a quarterback or, for that matter, even a tight end yet.
Is there a Ben Jones out there?
God. Well, via trade, probably.
So TD just tweeted out, and TD will join us at the top of the hour.
Good.
Was always out of the Titans' price range in reference to Linderbaum. Dylan Parham is the likely next center for the Titans.
Okay. Well, he's been on that name. He's been locked in on him.
He's been all over Dylan Parham. I'm going to pull this up on PFF to see what we have on Luke Fortner and Dylan Parham. God, this is so...
It was a guard.
Right. Parham would be a guard who you'd be asking to play center. Okay. So Luke Fortner last year in New Orleans played in 678 snaps. Got hurt in Jacksonville clearly in 2023 or 2024 because before that he was a 1,200 snap guy and an 1,100 snap guy. So he was 678 in terms of snap, all at center last year. He only plays center like 4 snaps outside of the center position. His PFF grade was 66.5, which is fine. He allowed 3 sacks, which is 3 more than Cushenberry last year, and 11 pressures. So that is an improvement, I think, over Cushenberry.
Yes.
And then let's look up Dylan Parham here and see what Dylan Parham, he's a guard for the Vegas Raiders.
I think he started maybe a couple games at center.
He has 219 career snaps at center and has not played center in 2 years. So he's primarily a left guard, although in 2024 he played right guard for 892 snaps, 843 snaps last year. His grade, according to PFF, was 63.6. Now, again, he was playing guard, but he allowed 6 sacks last year and 5 quarterbacks.
And the Titans you mentioned Ben Jones. They have not been the same since he left at that spot. Now, that's an obvious statement, but I'm saying we're talking about center. No one's drafting them on your fantasy team.
Oh, God. But somebody said in the chat that Dylan Parham was smaller than Aaron Brewer. According to PFF, Dylan Parham is 285 pounds.
Lightweight.
Is this team going to suck next year?
Of course. They're going to be good when they enter the stadium.
So they're going to fire Borgonzi at the end of the year.
No.
If they suck, they are going to fire Borgonzi.
No,
there is no way they can suck again and keep Mike Borgonzi.
Well, your suck line, though, is where? Like 8 wins?
I've said that they have to get 6 wins. You and I got into this at the Super Bowl.
I know. I don't think he's getting fired.
They have to get 6 wins to justify their return. And if they go 3-14 again, I'll tell you right now, again, I have said this, and you tell me.
Okay.
I believe that the Titans react to Twitter. Like, I know that it sounds stupid that people that run $1 billion business and make millions of dollars to make decisions would listen to Twitter.
They absolutely pay attention.
I believe that the Titans react to Twitter. And when Titan Twitter's on your ass, you are the next one out the door. And I believe
when you sold out the new stadium before you even go in the building.
Mike Borgonzi is going to be in the crosshairs of Titans Twitter. I think he's in the crosshairs now. Like, I think Borgonzi, this time last week, I said if Borgonzi blows it, he's getting fired because Amy's, history.
Hey,
is
Jared, Amy loves firing people. She loves firing. Why didn't she fire Chad Brinker when she demoted him?
That I couldn't tell you.
But she loves firing people. I agree with you. She does.
I mean, so just based off of Amy's track record, you get a benefit of the doubt for the first year.
Okay.
Brian Callahan got benefit of the doubt, fired immediately in the second.
Immediately.
Same with Ran. He got benefit of the doubt, got promoted, got fired after the second year. Vrabel got the benefit of the doubt. The first year things went to shit. He got fired the second year. So it doesn't matter if you're Mike Vrabel or Ran Carthon.
It does not matter.
The second year, you're out. So that puts Borgonzi in the crosshairs this year. Titans Twitter, this time last week, I'm like, if they suck this upcoming season, then he is out. And people were like, no.
I don't see it happening.
Jared, you want to fire the general man? I'm like, I'm not saying I want to fire the general man. I'm just saying he inherited a 3-win team. They won 3 games. He gets no blame for those for a 0-win improvement. Well, Brinker got demoted, though. He gets 0 blame.
He got demoted. I'm not sure if he lost any salary, but he got demoted. He's speaking about as much as he was prior, too.
He got a 0-win improvement, and he got 0 blame for it. If he blows this the way Titans fans feel right now, if that happens and the team sucks next year, which we anticipate the team will suck.
Yeah, they're going to suck.
He'll get fired.
But
guaranteed.
This is year 1 with the coach he just hired.
I know. And Ran got fired after year 1 with the coach that he had just hired.
With the coach he had just hired, but the whole alignment, they wanted to fire Ran prior to that season starting.
The Titans did?
Yes.
Really? Why did they promote him?
Rand's first year, they didn't want to bring him back.
So why did they?
Because they're the Tennessee Titans. I mean, they brought Rand back, and it was Brinker who took over all the control of it.
But Rand had control of it was in Rand's contract that he had control of the roster.
I mean,
for that second
for the second season, you're saying?
Yes.
Not the one with Vrabel.
No,
wasn't in charge of the roster then.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like Chad Brinker and others were running that front office there.
So when it comes to Cushenberry and Snead, and you're telling me that was Brinker and not Rand Carthon?
Brinker and Carthon, yeah.
And Brinker got 0%
I'm saying,
of the blame.
they considered moving on from Rand prior to that season starting.
So they promoted Rand in January, and you're telling me they thought about firing him before September?
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
for what? What did he do? What did he do?
Nothing. He didn't do anything. That's why they wanted to fire him. He wasn't doing anything.
Like I will tell you, Hutton, I had people very, very high up with the Titans.
Yes.
That told me the day after Vrabel got fired.
Oh, I know.
They were like, you'll see. Because remember, I called Rand incompetent, and they were like, you'll see.
No, I don't think he's incompetent. I just don't think he had any power. I think Chad Brinker had it.
No. Then why doesn't Rand ever come out and say that?
Because he's getting paid not to, I guess.
There's
a reason why John Robinson stayed silent for so long, and why he's working now. It's because his paycheck stopped coming in from the Titans. He's fully paid.
According to Kaharski, He says that with the addition of Daniel Bellinger, the Titans are moving on from Chigakonkwo. Kaharski says, I believe they are currently working on cornerbacks. This team is going to be so fucking bad this year. Oh my
But
God.
the crucial part of this, though, is the draft. We're an hour and 55 minutes into the Monday prior to free agents. I hate the whole legal tampering thing. This is free agency. Free agency has started. No, I'm saying like the nucleus, the backbone of their team is this draft. It's not free agency.
I would agree.
Half of these contracts that you're talking about, and you know this, I'm not saying you don't, they're all front loaded so that you just kick them out the door after year 2 or 3. So all of this big time money, $100-something million, whatever, the guaranteed money is big time in Los Angeles. I know that, but they're investing in young corners there. If I'm the Titans, I'm doing the same. I'm trying to find a legitimate L'Jarius Sneed. They need one because you can have average corner play, or you can have an elite dude on one side and a pass rusher up front. And then that's how you become a top 10 defense.
Right. But I guess I would argue that the New England Patriots last year spent big in free agency. Again, the core of your team is going to be built through the draft, which is Drake May, Christian Gonzalez, maybe Will Campbell for the Patriots. And for the Titans, it's going to be the core of their team is going to be Cam Ward and J.C. Latham and Chim DK and whatever.
No doubt.
But at the same time, that doesn't mean that free agency is not important.
Free agency is very important, but it's not. It's not where you build your team. Ultimately, the Patriots made their jump because they had a year 1 quarterback that made a big jump in year 2. That's why they made their move.
But they also made their move because they went out and got a right tackle in free agency. They got Stephon Diggs, who caught 85 balls in free agency. Sure. Like that helps the young quarterback.
But see, it's not a build though. That what I'm saying is long term, they will sustain if their left tackle in the draft is legit. And if the moves they make right now to bolster their wide receiving core or long-term pieces, that they've already gotten rid of the guy that just caught 80 balls. Like I'm saying, like in terms of how the Titans want to build this, if I'm a general manager, I'm not building for 2026. I'm building for 2027, 28, 29 with a rookie contract for my quarterback. I'm taking advantage of that. You don't do that in just 1 year. Look, I started all this with saying it's not my money. I would spend the crap out of it. But we've seen them chase and overpay players. They did that 2 years ago. I think you have to be very analytical with this. And you have to view it more than just, okay, the 18-week season coming up. I think it's crucial that they don't view it as just a 1-season snapshot. Otherwise, what are you building around? You're not building around Cam Ward. You're building around Brian Dable, who's not going to be here for very long if things go well.
Travis Etienne to the Saints.
So there's a replacement in the backfield for Kamara. Again, like, how did you feel about Etienne?
I mean, I wouldn't have made that much of a difference for me between him.
All these dudes, man. And there goes my camera again. Sorry, guys. All these dudes. They're not just a guy. They're not like average, but they're also not. They're not franchise changers. You have to find those, and those guys don't become available. Like, they're okay, but they're not great.
Well, I would argue that the New England Patriots last year, like Milton Williams.
They're not a great team.
No, but Milton Williams is a core piece of their team, and they got him in free agency. Like, he's a young core piece that.
But I think that, would you also agree that's an anomaly, what they just pulled off? I mean, we haven't seen that bad of a team go to where they were in the history of the NFL.
Well, I would say yes and no. You know, every year we see teams spend a shitload of money in free agency, and some teams suck and some teams get better doing it. Like, remember when Jacksonville was absolute dog shit and they went out and spent all that money and ended up in the AFC title game?
No, you're right. But so let's rewind just briefly, and then I want you to get to TD because I know he's coming up. It's more about having an identity and a plan and and knowing who you are and what you're about. That's exactly what Vrabel's about. If we're going to go to New England, the players there showed up before they even went to that first meeting, and they knew their coach and what he was about and what the demands were going to be. And whatever it was, it worked. Will it sustain? I don't know. What I do know is I want to learn more about this Parham guy who's about to move over to play center from Turron Davenport.
I mean, again, I look at it like Dylan Parham, Aaron Brewer Jr. at 289 or 289 pounds.
Very svelte.
Hutton, before we get you out of here, I think we got some breaking news.
Okay, again.
I believe the Titans are signing Wan'Dale Robinson. So that is now official. That the Titans, according to Jordan Schultz, are signing Wan'Dale Robinson. So now we know. I don't know the numbers yet on Wan'Dale Robinson, but Hutton, your reaction.
I'm totally fine with it, Jared, as far as adding someone who they can rely on, who knows this offense, who can come in. And again, I'm viewing this as hit the ground running. There's none of this like we're going to slowly integrate everything in. They're very specific. He's the ultimate Dable player. He knows the choice the choice option tree better than anyone that's going to step foot on that field with him. He should be a security blanket on 3rd and short, and he catches the football just like Romeo Dobbs. Get me dudes who will extend their catch radius for a quarterback who's not that accurate. That's imperative. So as long as they're addressing that aspect of it and the guy's going to get open in the intermediate part of the field, totally fine with it no matter what they're paying him, because it's the NFL and it's not my money.
I got to tell you, though, right now they've made 3 signings, and they're all Brian Dable guys.
No. Oh, hey. Don't talk trash about Morgan Cox that way.
Yeah. Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, and Mitch Trubisky. And
yeah,
I am not excited about any of those moves.
Doesn't Trubisky remind you of Daniel Jones?
No, I think Daniel Jones is better. I think Trubisky.
Better, yes. I'm just talking like style and get ready.
I think Trubisky.
Reclamation project.
I think Trubisky fucking stinks. But again, he's going to be the backup caddy to Cam Ward. That I guess I'm not that worried about. Hutton, great stuff as always, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Sounds good. I look forward to watching the rest of the show. Great job.
All right. Sounds good. Jonathan Hutton joining us on the program. Again, if you're just joining us, the big news as far as the Titans are concerned, they have signed wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson. They have signed tight end Daniel Bellinger, and they have signed backup quarterback Mitch Trubisky. The one target that people talked about, Tyler Linderbaum, off the board. He goes to the Raiders at $27 million a year on a 3-year deal, which is pretty wild. Apparently, it's 4 years, $78 million for Wan'Dale Robinson. So let's see. I'm actually a little surprised that it came in under $20 million as far as Wan'Dale Robinson is concerned. That's 19.5 for Wan'Dale Robinson. So that's official. Again, 3 signings, and they're all Brian Dable guys. Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, and Mitch Trubisky. TD joins us now here on the program. Turron Davenport from ESPN. TD, always good to talk to you, my friend. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing really well, man. Good to talk to you as well. And how about the news? Wan'Dale Robinson, $19 million, man. That's something else.
Okay, so let's start with that. It was rumored Wan'Dale Robinson. I was shocked, that the first 2 hours went by basically before Wan'Dale Robinson signed, but it is done. He's a 25-year-old slot receiver, good speed, good age, smaller, but how do you feel like? Do you feel like this maybe opens the door for Calvin Ridley to stay? And do you think the Titans may be done until the draft at receiver with Ridley, Robinson, Io Manor, and DK?
Yeah, I think it definitely opens the door for Ridley to stay because Wan'Dale Robinson is pretty much strictly a slot receiver. So you look at that and you look at the targets he's going to get. It's going to take up a lot of targets. So they're going to have to figure that aspect of it out. I mean, to get 90 plus receptions, he needed 140 targets in each of the last 2 years. So don't get it twisted. He's going to get the targets. But the thing I wonder is how much the vertical option he brings will be taken into account, because this is a guy that when Russell Wilson and Jameis were in the lineup, like they were going vertical, and then it kind of started to get more that the two-way go and all those things once Jackson Dart took over. But I think it's going to be interesting seeing how it works with Ward.
TD, what do you make of the fact that the Titans were talking about all this money they were going to have to spend, and there were some premium free agents that signed for a crazy amount of money, like Jalen Phillips signed for $30 million a year. We saw the Linderbaum contract. And again, it seems like the Titans are going with these more under-the-radar moves like a Bellinger and a Wan'Dale Robinson instead of the big Kenneth Walker move, instead of the big Linderbaum move, instead of the we'll see on Trey Hendrickson move, but I don't think they'll be in on him. What do we make of the way that they've approached spending so far?
Yeah, I think they've approached it correctly. They had a number. I will tell you this. I knew for a fact Tyler Linderbaum wasn't going to be a Titan coming back from the combine, because they had a number that they wanted to come in at, and he was just way above. They didn't even approach that because they knew he was going to be out of their range. But then you look at some of the other moves. I think the way they've gone. Sorry about that. The TV came on. The way they've gone about it's just signing appropriate free agents and really projected. And really, what this tells me, Brian Daboll has a very, very strong influence in that building, because they brought in guys that clearly he has ties to, even Trubisky. I mean, they spent a year together in 2021, right, with the Bills. So every outside of Morgan Cox, the free agents that they've signed, have been Daboll guys.
What do you make of Bellinger? And it sounds to me like he's a very different tight end than what we are used to in Chigakonkwo and Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, well, he does have a little bit of, get somewhere shoes in him. I saw him catch a pass from Jackson Dart. I think it was against Chicago. I don't remember exactly which team, but he caught it and he scooted, a good 30 yards. I'm not saying he's the same yak guy as Chigakonkwo. That's something that they're going to clearly miss. Chig was the best yak player on the team, but I think when you look at Bellinger, a sturdy body, 6'6", 255, he could block. So he's going to give you that, the 12 personnel package. Remember, late in the year, when they went 12 personnel, a lot of times it was David Martin Robinson as well as Gunnar Helm, so, and not Chig. So I think Bellinger he's going to slide into that. I still believe Gunnar Helm is the top tight end, the lead guy, and it's going to be a committee thing.
At some point, we saw Milton Williams last year, the impact he had on the New England Patriots, and the Patriots in free agency, they signed guys that were contributors like Morgan Moses, like Harold Landry, that weren't stars, but they also got 85 catches out of Stephon Diggs. They also got great play out of Milton Williams. Is there a guy the Titans can overspend on like Milton Williams, who can come in and kind of be a core piece to go with Ward and Simmons and this group they're trying to build around, and not just be an add-on guy?
That's a good question. Well, yeah, you know what? Yes. Alontae Taylor. I think they really need to go hard after Alontae Taylor, because he brings an attitude, an aggressiveness to the secondary. Now, it's going to be interesting, because if they bring him in, because he plays a lot of nickel. So it's like, okay, are you going to bump Marcus Harris to the outside? Or are you going to have Alontae Taylor play outside? How are you going to factor that in? I personally, if it were me, I would want to see Taylor on the outside. I like that long speed he has. But to me, it would be overspent on two guys. It would be him and Greg Newsome, who ironically is another inside-outside corner. But having that versatility isn't a bad thing. But you bring those two guys in, it gives you dogs in the secondary. It gives you guys that are going to play with a lot of aggressiveness, and two guys that I really like.
TD, you've been throwing the name Dylan Parham out there for a while. I don't know much about Dylan Parham. I did see, though, that he weighs 285 pounds, and you know how I feel about that. But
you like your lineman fat. That's what you always say.
I do. I like him fat. That said, I mean, it sounds to me like Carmen Brasillo would be very confident that he could play center. PK mentioned Luke Fortner out there as a guy the Titans might have interest in. How do you feel on Parham, and what do we know about the Titans' interest in him so far?
Yeah, well, I could tell you for sure that there's interest. This was a name that was brought up to me without solicitation. We're talking the center position. I asked about Cushenberry and some of the things, and then Parham was brought up, and I think you do have the obvious ties, Carmen Basilio. Now, I will say he started 2 games at center, and he played center in another game. He's mostly played left guard. Right? Played some right guard, but mostly the guard position. Look, it's Carmen Basilio must know something that, enough for them to trust that's the move. Because, I mean, you've seen the other centers just kind of go off the board. You know what I mean? They've gone off the board. Look, Travis Etienne signed with the Saints. But you've seen that happen, and it's just, this is the option, and they're definitely going to go with a veteran guy. PK reported that, and I could confirm that, because that's what I was told as well, about having. They want to have a veteran guy that's going to point the mic out and set the protection and do all that to take that off of Cam Ward's shoulders. So definitely expect to see a veteran guy. I do know there were a few centers that I know they were in touch with at the combine. At Indiana center. As well as Kentucky center. Their names are slipping my mind, but yeah, I think it's going to be a veteran guy for sure.
So with that being said, do you think they're in on Hendrickson at all? Do you think they could be in on Hendrickson? Do you think that, I mean, we really haven't heard a lot around Hendrickson, just not with the Titans, but also with anybody. Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know. I would definitely say it's a possibility, because, I mean, you look at, remember when Ridley signed, everybody was like, what? Calvin Ridley? Sometimes the way this free agency thing, the turns it takes, where you think you have some things in place with this guy and that falls through. And now you got money and you're like, oh, well, we could spend it. We like this guy. Let's go get him. That could be the situation with Hendrickson. But you look at the age, like, I don't think it really matches what this team wants to do. Look, don't get it twisted. He's a really good player, but he's 31, going to be 32. And you look at the team's timeline, I don't know that deal would really make a lot of sense for them, unless they could have it to where, they have some type of out after the first 2 seasons. And he'd be someone that kind of come in and help set the culture that Saleh wants. But, I think if you're looking at edge guys, I think you got to dial more in on like a Bryce Huff if he comes available. We've heard Saleh mention him twice, and Saleh's had him 2 different stops, so that's one of the names. And don't sleep on Adafa Owe. And I think you look at that wide 9, and you have him coming off that long, lean, greyhound-like body that he has coming off that edge. I think that would be good for them too.
TD, what do we know about John Franklin Myers? I mean, we knew that Wan'Dale Robinson was a Titan target, and that got done. I was surprised, again, that Robinson didn't get done in the first 5 minutes the way people on Twitter were talking about Robinson and the Titans. It seems like Franklin Myers was in that same boat, and yet we haven't seen any movement so far on Franklin Myers. What do we know about the Titans' interest in John Franklin Myers and the likelihood maybe that he becomes a Titan?
Yeah, that interest is real, and I think it's on both sides. So it's very likely he becomes a Titan. Look, these things don't always happen immediately. I'm sure there's some things that they're trying to work out, but I mean, they need pass rush. He's a guy that familiarity with Tanzel Smart, right, the new assistant D-line coach, and obviously with Robert Saleh. Saleh wants the front to be strong, and he wants to have a rotation up there. So I think the deal it's inevitable. I thought it would be done in the first 10, 15 minutes of this whole negotiating period as well, but it's not. That doesn't mean it's out of there, though.
TD, what about the linebacker spot? I know Cody Barton's under contract, and I know that a lot of people really like the job Cedric Gray did last year with all the tackles he had. Do we see the Titans looking to upgrade that spot? Probably Barton's spot, in Robert Saleh's defense, knowing how important Fred Warner is, knowing that a guy like Devin Lloyd's out there. Do we see them, or do we think they're good with Barton and Gray?
Yeah, Devin Lloyd is a name that I'm starting to see linked to the Titans. I've always really liked his play. Since he was coming out of college, I think he really came into his own the last couple of years. And you look at the athletic playmaker, that's obviously what Saleh, going even back to Bobby Wagner days, he's seen that over the years, right? And so you got that. I think another name to look at, obviously, is Tremaine Edmonds. His brother Terrell played here a few years ago. He was in that buyer trade. But Tremaine Edmonds, to me, when you're looking at one of those like tall, long, condor-like guys, he is what will really affect passing lanes, right? And that's something that Saleh really wants out from the linebackers. So he's the guy. I think you put him at Mike, and then you could have Cedric Gray play Sam, and James Williams Sr. play Will. And I think you have a pretty good, when you got your true 4-3 look. That's really solid to me. So that's the way I look at it.
TD, what about the running backs around the league? I ask this because Arizona, New Orleans, and Kansas City have all signed running backs on day one. Those were all teams that could have been in the mix of Jeremiah Love, maybe a trade for Jeremiah Love. Is there a sentiment that you're hearing that the Titans are circling Jeremiah Love? Do we feel like we can connect that dot yet, or would you say not so fast?
Yeah, look, connect the dots. Absolutely connect the dots. He's one of those 4 guys that they have at the top of their board. It's he along with the 3 edge rushers. Those are their top guys, and so I think when you look at that, they're in a great position to where they're going to have their pick on one of their top guys. And it just really is going to come down to, what do you do at whether it's a pass rusher or a playmaker. I'm not going to say a running back, a playmaker. And, I've always said it, if you like guys that score touchdowns, you like Jeremiah Love. But at the same time, I think this is where that John Franklin Myers or Adafa Owe, like those types of moves, the Bryce Huffs, the trading for Jermaine Johnson, all of these moves are going to kind of set you up to where you need to be at the in the draft. And now I'll say this, with what they've done at edge and what I think they're going to do, that still wouldn't be enough to sway me from selecting David Bailey, or Reuben Bain Jr. But I think it's going to be a tough decision at the top. And look, I think Jeremiah Love may very well end up being the pick.
I don't have a problem with drafting Jeremiah Love. I don't do the positional thing. I do when the players are even, so if David Bailey was even with Jeremiah Love, then I would say, okay, go take the premium position. I just think for Cam to develop the way that Cam's going to need to develop, and it's going to take time for Cam to develop if Cam is going to make it, I think they need the offense to really be focused around Jeremiah Love. And I think Bellinger is a step in the right direction because he's more of a blocking tight end. And so, but then it sounds to me like they're probably going to go cheap at center and right guard. And that makes me very nervous because I'm like, hey, if you're going to go get Jeremiah Love, then go get the big guys up front to block for Jeremiah Love so that you are only asking Cam to throw it 17 times a game instead of asking him to throw it 32 times a game because you're going to want to run the football and play these kind of shorter games. I just don't know if you can go cheap on the offensive line, TD, and then maximize Love and Ward together as Ward develops.
I don't know that they necessarily are going cheap at guard. Center seems like a mid-level type. I think Connor McGovern would have been a perfect signing in this situation, that you're pointing to with Love as a running back and focusing on the run. We'll see what Parham could do. At center, I know he is a little light in the behind, for a center, and we'll see how that works. But at the same time, at guard, Kevin Zeitler, there's nothing wrong with bringing him back. Jackson Slater, I think is a legit. He won all types of awards, at Sac State. So it's not like he's some slouch. But at the same time, I get what you're saying that they haven't gone big name. Hunting, at O-line, and that could be a detriment, but we'll see. And, the thing is that I do like about Jeremiah Love is, he has that BYOB in him. He'll bring his own blocker sometimes, and be his own blocker. You see the way he makes people miss and those types of things.
So Kinston says in the chat, and I actually think this is a good point. He says, I disagree with TD about signing Hendrickson because there's no such thing as timelines in today's NFL anymore, and teams go from worst to first. I would argue, if I'm Mike Borgonzi, I know the idea of the timeline sounds good, but the owner, I think we've learned, TD, around here that you get 2 years with this owner. And then after that, it is what it is. I think that I kind of lean towards, if I were the Titans, if I was Mike Borgonzi, I'd be leaning towards Hendrickson, because I would say, if I don't sack the quarterback this year, I'm getting fired. So I need to go ahead and win some games this year.
Look, I'm not saying don't sign Hendrickson. I'm saying I don't think that's going to happen, right? That's now we're talking on personnel. Yeah, look, I've been on Hendrickson since seeing him at the East-West Shrine game. You know what I mean? So before he got to the league, I definitely understand and appreciate his ability, even, when the Saints drafted him. So what I'm saying is, just because the Patriots went from worst to first and you've seen a couple teams do it, that doesn't mean every team is going to do it. And that shouldn't be the automatic expectation. Should it be what you want? Yeah, you definitely want that. But I don't think it's just every situation is one where you just sprinkle a little magic on there and they suddenly go from worst to first. Hendrickson, to me, I don't think it falls in line with the way this organization is working to build. They want to build through the draft. They want to build for the long haul as opposed to immediate success.
What kind of success do you think they have to have this year? Because I think that's what they've said about the draft and everything else. Again, we know the history of the owner. And Mike Borgonzi came in last year, and they didn't win a single game more than they had won the year before. And Borgonzi's not getting blamed for that. Brian Callahan gets all the blame for that. But as we saw with Brian Callahan, Rand Carthon got all the blame the year before. And 5 minutes into year 2, now Brian Callahan's getting all the blame. So if this team doesn't improve next year, Borgonzi will get all the blame. And then I think they will fire him. So what kind of team, if Mike Borgonzi is pitching ownership on, be patient. We got to be patient. We got to build through the draft. We're not going to be sexy in free agency. What do they have to do to?
I say win 6 or 7 games. I think that's the floor. They got to win at least 6 or 7 games. Avoid being embarrassed, because that's really the main thing. You got to avoid those games that tug on her emotional heartstrings, right? Look at the Eagles game. We saw what happened after the Eagles game a few years ago, right? John Robinson was fired that Tuesday, who I actually ran into him in Indy, too. It was good to talk to him at the convention center. But look at last year, the Raiders game. She had some people there, and they saw that embarrassment, and she was embarrassed, and Callahan got fired. So I think the main thing, you got to avoid the embarrassment, even to an extent, as we've discussed, with Vrabel and the things he said at the Hall of Fame induction for himself for the Patriots. That was embarrassing to her. And I think that was really the start of, okay, yeah, you know what? It ain't gonna work. Now, I that's the way I look at it.
TD is with us here on the program. Apparently, according to Diana Rossini, many teams are circling John Franklin Myers. Multiple suitors are inquiring about the 7-year veteran. Diana writes he is expected to have a big payday. TD, if they don't land John Franklin Myers, then how much trouble are they in on the defensive line? Yes, they have Simmons and they traded for Jermaine Johnson, but I think you and I can both agree they've got to upgrade the defensive line and the pass rush.
Yeah, especially the interior, because, you look at this, even before trading Sweat, I felt they needed to add to it, So I know there's some guys in the draft. Lee Hunter from Texas Tech. I watched Aaron Whitecotton spend a lot of time with him at the combine, in between those workouts and stuff. So you do have that, but you can't lean on the draft because you don't know for sure that guy's going to be there. I think free agency, Franklin Myers, they need the interior pass rush. That's actually, you asked earlier somebody that they should overpay. There it is right there. Overpay. Get Jeffrey Simmons, his running mate. Get someone who, when that protection slides to Simmons, who will make them pay in a major way. And here's the thing. Well, this coaching staff didn't see it because they weren't around, but Robert Saleh saw it. he saw the impact that Franklin Myers had, when all the protection and the attention was going towards Quentin Williams. Franklin Myers had that year with the Jets when then he had 3 sacks against the Titans, in that game, the Corey Davis revenge game. And then he ended up signing the deal. And, I think when you look at the value that brings, you got to have a Robin for Jeffrey Simmons Batman.
Let me ask you this. Jalen Phillips signed the 4-year, $120 million contract earlier today with the Panthers. Let's say that market is similar for Oweh. Now, Oweh does not put up the sack numbers that Phillips puts up when Phillips is healthy, but Phillips has also had more injuries than Odafe Oweh has had. Would you pay that kind of money for Odafe Oweh?
It's a good question. He went to San Diego, went to the Chargers last year, and he had 12 and a half sacks, man. And the fit, you got the money. I would do it, actually. Yeah, I would do it as a pivot from Franklin Myers. Now, if I sign Franklin Myers, I'm going out and I'm getting Bryce Huff. One way or another, we're figuring out a way to get him here. That's what I would do. But if Franklin Myers ends up elsewhere and you got the money, and as you said, you need the pass rush, I will go ahead and do it. And honestly, if Franklin Myers goes elsewhere, I'm going back to Hendrickson. And remember how I said things could pivot when you have someone that you want to get and you don't get them. I'm going to Hendrickson and seeing what I could do as far as a 2 or 3 year type of deal.
What do you make when it comes to the money that's been thrown out there in free agency? Are you surprised that the Titans, given the cap space that they have, although you know how I feel about the cap, are you surprised that the Titans haven't been one of the flashy teams out of the gates the way that the Raiders have been so far today? I like Jalen Naylor, who the Raiders just signed, but did you see the money they gave Jalen Naylor? I think they gave him somewhere around like $12 million a year. Like, that's crazy.
Was it like 3 years, $36 million or something like that?
Crazy.
Yeah,
are you surprised Titans have not jumped out and made one of those moves today?
No, I think, look, $19 million a year for 4 years to Wan'Dale Robinson is nothing to sneeze at. But I think and this is just Borgonzi, I think Borgonzi, he wasn't going to just be he's not a flashy personnel person. You know what I mean? You look at where he came from, Kansas City, they didn't make big time free agent moves like that. You have some, but they were a rather conservative team, and it was always a series of that was a good signing. Every once in a while you have your Tyrann Mathieu edition, but for the most part, that's a good signing. They brought in a good player. They got so I just am seeing more of what we've seen from him and that group in Kansas City.
I know you're going to say no to this, but I don't know what's happening with Trent Williams and the 49ers. It seems odd because he's been so good for so long, and he is the top of the market guy. What about a 1-for-1? Dan Moore for Trent Williams. Dan Moore makes average money. Dan Moore gives you average play. And so you 1-for-1 swap it, and you get Trent Williams, who's a very good player, and then you have to pay him, but he's old. And they get Dan Moore, who's average, and I think at some point they're probably going to need to upgrade at left tackle.
Well, you're stuck with needing to upgrade either way, right? So why not go for the high-end player? If you're going 1-for-1, I would do that, but I don't see them doing that. I don't see the 49ers doing it, honestly, because you probably have to throw a draft pick or something in there too.
What do we think about Levis? Like, now that Trubisky's in here, do we think there will be a market for Levis? I think the used car market at quarterback, I see the money that Malik got. I think that with Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl and Daniel Jones playing well for the Colts, I think more teams are probably going to be kicking tires on, second chance quarterbacks. What do we make of the future for Levis?
Yeah, I think you look at a team like the Rams, the Vikings. Those are teams I could see making a deal for him, right? Especially the Rams, in their situation where they got a guy in Stafford that he's on his way out. And when he leaves, you want to have a guy ready to take his place. So if you could get him a year ahead of time and get him in that McVay flow of things, we saw the way that time, will do a lot of these quarterbacks, being kind of apprenticeship under, a McVay, a Shanahan, et cetera. So I think that's a good situation, and I could see them, a 5th round pick or so for a guy like Levis. I could see that happening. There's going to be other teams, once this QB carousel settles in. Arizona, I mean, right now they got man, what's his name? He played for the Colts. He played for the Patriots. Come on, number 7.
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, they got Brissett there now. So maybe that's an area where they look to get their guy in the future. But I think he's definitely on the market and he's going to move.
TD, according to Schefter, Mike Evans, 3-year deals with the 49ers.
Is it work? Because apparently he had a $27 million offer per year.
$27 million per year?
There was a team that offered him 1 year, $27 million.
Wow. Now that I did. They don't have the numbers yet. Schefter doesn't have the numbers out yet, but 3 years.
I gotta see that.
San Francisco. I mean, again, the salary cap, and you know how I feel about the cap, but the cap, I guess, just does not apply to San Francisco. It does not apply to Philadelphia, although maybe we'll see if they trade Jalen Carter, then maybe it does. But San Francisco, every year they pull these kind of moves out of their rear end. Wow.
Wow is right. How they did that.
TD, always good to talk to you, my friend, and look forward to catching all of your breakdowns and everything else as this week continues along.
All right, for sure, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, TD, Turron Davenport, joining us here on our free agency frenzy. All right, a lot to unpack of what TD just said. And, I mean, I think, number one, TD is pretty sure. I wouldn't say sure. But when it comes to TD, I do feel like, hey, he's been hammering that Dylan Parham name for a while. I think that either at right guard or at center, Dylan Parham's probably going to be a Tennessee Titan, just based off what TD's been saying. And it's still early. Again, he brought up Odafe Owe. If they signed Odafe Owe today, I think I could say, all right, Odafe Owe, John Franklin Myers, okay, I can go with that. But as of right now, when you spend all this time bragging about how much room under the cap Kevin Harlan was talking about in December, Wan'Dale Robinson and Daniel Bellinger need a little bit more. Nick Suss joins us from the Tennessean, and of course, Nick Suss, does a football show every Thursday with Braden on the 440 Sports Network. Okay, Suss, Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, Mitch Trubisky, your thoughts?
Super Bowl, I guess. I don't look. This is exactly the kind of stuff we've all been thinking the Titans were going to do, and if you're angry about the thing you thought was going to happen, then you wanted to be angry. Look, Wan'Dale Robinson's a really solid number 2 receiver who I don't think should be anywhere near being evaluated as a number 1. Daniel Bellinger is precisely the kind of number 2 tight end that makes sense if you're looking for a number 2 tight end. And Trubisky's somebody I've been beating the drum about for a couple of months now of like, that just makes sense as a classic. Yeah, he's your backup quarterback who's not going to threaten to start in any way. So 3 signings that make a ton of sense in a fine sense, but nobody that makes me think, oh, the Titans are significantly better now than they were 12 hours ago.
So here's what bothers me is I understand, free agency, the first day of free agency is where you go to overpay. I understand that while the Patriots, spent a shitload of money last year and ended up in the Super Bowl, they ended up in the Super Bowl because of Drake May. Yeah. And the guys that they signed helped Drake May become Drake May last year. But again, they didn't make the talent of Drake May. Right now on paper, this team sucks. Like I'm looking at it right now and I'm like, okay, when this all started at center, we were talking about Linderbaum, but if not him, then McGovern, and if not him, then maybe Cade Mays. And now we're talking moving Dylan Parham over from right guard in Vegas to center for the Titans, or Luke Fortner at center. When it comes to receiver, I mean, I don't know. Is Calvin Ridley going to be out there? Is Ridley, DK, and Wan'Dale Robinson good enough, for Cam Ward, Bellinger at tight end? And then outside of Simmons, who's rushing the passer and who's playing corner? And look, there are still moves to be made, but at some point, don't the Titans have to make a splash here, Sus?
You would think. I just don't know who the splash could be. I believe these guys when they say their philosophy is going to be get your most important players in the draft, but you got 2 top 50 picks. You can get 2 important players this year. 66, maybe you can find a pretty solid role player if you get lucky. Teams hit on late round picks, I get it. But if you're mortgaging the entire future on the ability to hit on every top 50 draft pick that you get, especially when one of them that you made last year, and Femi Oladejo, hasn't been a hit yet, you're going to build way slower than people will accept, and the clock is going to accelerate. So again, I think these players, the Titans signed a starter, a pretty solid backup, and a good trustworthy backup quarterback so far. It's been 2.5 hours. I'm not going to sit here and ring the panic bell, but we already knew this was a bad team, and we already knew this was a bad team that wants to build through the draft. So if they want to build through the draft, they're not going to go pay $27 million a year for Tyler Linderbaum because they think they can get their own guy who will someday be worth $27 million a year. If they do that, awesome. We'll all be eating our words. But right now, they have to prove they can actually go and get those guys more than just, Chim DK is good value in the 4th round. Good for that. Kevin Winston seems like a good player in the 3rd round. None of these guys look like superstars. They look like good role players.
I think the idea of building through the draft sounds good. If they win 3 games next year, Amy's going to fire all of them. I mean, again, didn't you start covering this team 3 weeks before J-Rob got fired?
Yeah. My first day on the job was Malik's first start.
Okay. So in the 4 years that you've been covering this football team, and I know that you grew up a Titan fan, and so you know all about this team, but in the 4 years you've been covering the team, J-Rob got fired 9 months after signing a contract extension. Vrabel got fired year 2 after a contract extension. Callahan got fired year 2. Rand got fired year 2, and 9 months, 10 months removed from a contract extension. I'm sorry, Mike Borgonzi, but if you really think you're going to build this team through the draft and that Amy's going to understand if you win 5 games next year, you do not understand the Amy Adams Strunk that we've seen the last 4 years. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No, but at a certain point, you have to respect somebody who values a principle over the logic that you just outlined. Whether or not that's true. If these are people who so strongly are convicted that what they're doing is the right way to build a team, that they are willing to not build a team the way they need to keep their jobs for the sake of doing it the way they think is right, at a certain point, you do have to respect that. You and I hear the ticking of the clock. Everybody hears the ticking of the clock. This is the Tennessee Titans. They've made 4 significant firings in 4 years at the major positions that run the team. That's going to keep happening if the Titans keep failing, because failing football teams keep firing people. If you guys actually care about this in a non-free agent way, I did have something go up today where I talked to the culture expert who the Titans have been consulting with for the past couple of years. He's also consulted with Seattle and Jacksonville and Miami. I talked to all of these people.
Stop.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a story on Tennessean.com if you want to go read it.
Hold on. Time out. The Titans have a culture expert consultant.
I wouldn't say he's on the team payroll, but I would say he has come in and talked to some people about what functioning culture looks like. He's the type of guy that consults with CEOs from all these different businesses, and he's a longtime advisor of John Schneider. And so all the Green Bay people know him through John Schneider, and so he came in probably with Brinker, I would assume. And so I talked to him about how culture works and what they're actually trying to talk about and determine through this, and why do you need culture when the teams that continue to not actually care that much about culture seem to win a lot, and all of this stuff. And if you guys do care about that, and I know that a lot of the listeners here have really strong opinions about that sort of thing, go check out the article. It's on Tennessean.com. But yeah, these are people who are convicted in believing this sort of thing, of building in a way that is respectful to the way they think it should be done, that they're not going to hurry up and rush for the sake of other people thinking they need to rush. Should they rush? That's probably up for us to decide. But everything I'm getting from this internal organization, that these are not people that seem to be as responsive to the panic as sometimes we tend to think they are.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. The owner fires everybody every 2 years, and these guys are coming up on year 2. So, but hey, bring in all the culture consultants you guys need, and let's toss the beanbag around and say your name. And I mean, did the culture what did he think of Brian Callahan's Pee Wee program, Sus?
I don't think he was involved in it. I haven't talked to him directly about that. But look, the things that we identified he and I have talked a bunch in the past couple of years about this sort of stuff, and like all of the things he says are what you'd think from a culture guy. And I think culture matters. I think all of us think culture matters. Do you need somebody to tell you that culture matters? Probably not. Do you need somebody to tell you why your culture isn't sticking? Maybe. And so, again, I can't speculate as to why the Titans think they need the things they need. I can just tell you what they've done. This is something they've done. It's not a super gigantic portion of what they're doing. But if you look at the consistency of the moves they made last year with one splash on Dan Moore, and then other than that, a couple of here and there free agents this year, Wan'Dale Robinson's maybe the splash we'll see, and a couple of here and there free agents. Seems pretty consistent to the way they behave. Defend it if you want, criticize it if you want. I am not surprised when they behave the way that they tell us they're going to behave. So
then would you be telling Titan fans like, hey, they'll make some moves, but don't expect a Hendrickson, don't expect an Oweh, don't expect some of those bigger names in free agency, even though they told everybody, they were telling Adam Schefter during the season, and they were telling Kevin Harlan when he called the Chiefs game about all the cap space that the Titans are going to have to spend this offseason. Instead, you're telling me that, hey, they're going to look for value in free agency, but draft, develop, retain.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one saying looks like a duck, sounds like a duck. I mean, that's what they did last year, and that's what they've been saying this whole time. Good impression, by the way. I was a little bit floored by that. I like that. That was a good impression. Yeah, I enjoy that. Yeah, if they end up with a good value on one of those edge guys, that tells us a lot about the draft, you'd think. But I don't think they're going to get into a bidding war with one of those guys. And obviously, they didn't get into the bidding war with Linderbaum. They didn't get into it with Pierce. All of these top-of-the-market guys, even the corners. I kind of expect Jalen Watson to be the top of the market there. Maybe Jamel Dean can get close to that, but
Jamel Dean, 3 years, 36 with the Steelers.
Oh, did he while this was happening? Sorry, haven't been looking. So yeah, if the top of the market's gone there too, hard to really think that they're competing for those top guys. We'll see about edge, but seems more reasonable to pick an edge at 4. You never know.
Okay, so apparently Honey Badger has tweeted out Alontae Taylor to the Titans. TAE, Tay to Titans, let's GAUX. So it sounds like Honey Badger is saying that Alontae Taylor to the Titans. I don't know. I feel like if Honey Badger says it, Sus is probably accurate, eh?
Yeah, I'm just that sounds realistic. I guess they played together in New Orleans. They would know each other.
I would think so.
Do the digging we're all doing, but yeah, that's another one that. Like, man, if you had told me 3 days ago the list was Wan'Dale Robinson, Alontae Taylor, Daniel Bellinger, and Mitch Trubisky, I'd go like, yeah, those are not a single surprise. Those are the names we identified.
Okay, tell me that list again.
Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, Mitchell Trubisky, Alontae Taylor.
If you told me that that's the list, I'll tell you that Mike Borgonzi's getting fired. Like, if you had told me that, if you had said, like, hey, that's going to be the list, I am telling you that's going to get Mike Borgonzi fired. It may be within what he believes. It may be, what he pitched Amy on when he interviewed for the job. And she may be saying, you're right. We need to draft, develop, retain. I get it. I understand. And to your point about principles, I'm cool with that. I feel like I'm a principled guy. I do things my way, and if you don't like the way I do things, go get somebody else and go down 75%. But I'm sorry, Sus. If they don't get some sackers and they don't get some touchdown scoring, they're getting fired. And Amy is not going to be patient because Amy is never patient.
We all understand the damned if you do, damned if you don't situation here, right? Like, I'm not disputing what you're saying so much as saying that's exactly what they did 2 years ago when all those people got fired. Like, what you have to do is get good players. I don't care how you get them. You have to win football games. You don't have to win March. You have to win football games. Are these players going to make them better at winning football games? I personally do not think so yet. But that does not mean I'm right. That does not mean I'm wrong. My opinion doesn't win football games. Your opinion doesn't win football games. If they win a bunch of football games with these dudes, good. Will they? Who the hell knows?
My opinion just won the Super Bowl. Apparently, TD just told me that the post from Honey Badger's been deleted.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Oh man, well you know what though? I think that Alante Taylor's going to be a Titan. Like, and again, Honey Badger probably put it out there. It's like, no, we haven't officially agreed yet. And you know how this is. Players get excited just like anybody else does. I remember when A.J. Brown was going around telling people he was signing a 4-year, $80 million contract to be with the Titans, and then all those other guys signed their contracts, like Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, and the receiver market exploded, and it was like, oh, maybe not.
Man, remember when $20 million was like a big spend for a receiver?
Oh, I mean, I remember when DeMarco Murray was set to make $6 million, and it was like, I don't know if they can do that. $6 million. I mean, I remember when like David Carr and Matthew Stafford were resetting the quarterback market at $25 million a year.
The difference here, Jared, is if you were in college when A.J. Brown making $20 million was pearl clutching money, you'd still be in college today. It really has not been that long.
Unbelievable. TD does say to me he believes that Alante Taylor will eventually be a Titan. Says the deal makes too much sense. I would agree. Okay, here you go. Here are the numbers on Mike Evans. 3 years, 60.4. So that's what, 20 a year?
Yeah, a little bit more.
That's about right. I mean, again, we were talking about, remember when 20 million for AJ was like, holy shit. And now it's like 20 million for Mike Evans. He's coming off of an injury. He's long in the tooth. Yeah, no. Makes about sense.
Let's give, what's he, 33? He was drafted in 2014, whatever the math works out to that. Yeah, 3 more years of that. That's totally reasonable to expect him to live out the length of the contract. Receivers are getting crazy money, but there is no real, go ahead.
Give me your thought on what they're going to do on defense right now, given that we don't know if they're going to draft an edge rusher or if they're going to draft Jeremiah Love. We know they're connected to John Franklin Myers, but according to Rossini, apparently a lot of people are in on John Franklin Myers, so they may or may not get him. I have it right now. I have 5 guys pinned in as starters, and one of them I don't feel comfortable with, which is Kevin Winston, just because he hasn't been healthy.
Yeah.
But I've got Simmons, Jermaine Johnson, Cedric Gray, Winston, and Hooker as kind of like these guys are going to be starting for the Titans. If that's the case, are they running it back with Barton? Do you think they go linebacker? What do you think they do pass rusher? And we know they'll be active today and tomorrow in corner.
So you don't have Snead penciled in?
I think there needs to be a question, Sus, the next time that Chad Brinker takes questions, if that ever happens again, about his AI injury model and how could they have possibly guaranteed L'Jarius Sneed $7.5 million for injury in year 3 of a 4-year deal when you knew he had a bum knee. That's just me. But no, Sneed's out. So
to answer your question, I still kind of am operating under the assumption that it's going to be Franklin Myers and a first-round edge, and they're going to feel pretty good up front and piecemeal the rest of it. if it ends up being Barton, people have probably heard me say this way too many times. If your worst player on defense is an inside linebacker, congrats, you have built your defense properly. That doesn't mean you should have a bad player, but if your worst player is an inside linebacker, that's how the defense should work. You're going to need to sign probably 3 corners if you're expecting to use a first-round pick on a non-corner and a second-round pick theoretically on a non-corner. You can go out and get a bunch of 1-year, $6 to $8 million deal type guys in the corner market. Those guys grow on trees in the same way that the Jihad Ward type of edge rushers grow on trees, that you can have a 1-year veteran type. I don't know if that makes your defense super good if you have a bunch of mercenary 1-year deal corners, but I would rather have that at a high volatility position than something like edge where you pretty much know who somebody is based off of how much money you pay for them. Corners outplay their potential all the time and underplay their potential all the time. It is famously the most volatile position in the NFL. So if I'm in charge and if I'm reading the tea leaves and if I look at the way that Robert Saleh likes to play defense, I think you solidify that front. I think you get 4 people who you trust you can rush with. You solidify it right now. And then you address the rest of the defense if and when there is a year 2. After that, I don't know.
So you think that they're more likely to take one of those 3 edge rushers than Jeremiah Love?
I have always felt that way. I don't make guarantees because I'm wrong a lot, but I have always felt that it makes more sense with this regime to stock up there than take a luxury pick at number 4. Even if he's a really impressive luxury pick, it's still a luxury pick.
See, I think that you're probably right, only because it seems to me like the Titans are more worried today about value than they are about getting better. Like they're more worried about, well, does that fit our price range? And it's like, it may not fit your price range to go get Odafe Owe. You may have to pay $30 million a year on Odafe Owe, but you're a better football team today if you have Odafe Owe off the edge.
Sure.
And guys that think like that will not take a running back with the 4th overall pick.
Sure. And also, if you want to talk about getting better, are you talking about getting better as like talent on the roster, or are you talking about getting better as a functioning team?
I'm talking about winning more than 6 games next year. I'm talking about winning more than 3 games next year.
Because for that, the Jeremiah Love thing I'd bring up is the last 3 running backs who've been picked in the top 10 or last 4, I guess. Ashton Genty did not help his team win last year. It's year 1. You can't blame that on him. Saquon Barkley did not help the Giants win, more and less, even though he was a very good player. Bijan Robinson has not helped the Falcons win, more or less, even though he's a very good player. Christian McCaffrey did not help the Panthers win, even though he's a very good player. You really have to go back to Todd Gurley in 2015, whenever he was picked, to find the last time a top 10 running back has really helped his team win on a consistent basis. And even then, that didn't happen until Sean McVay got there and kind of changed things up to fit Gurley. So we can talk a lot about the overwhelming talent of Jeremiah Love. The Falcons have gone 7-10 4 years in a row.
Here's where I push back on that, though. The Todd Gurley pick in 2015, that was a really shitty draft. Like, if you go back and you look at it, that was a really, really bad draft. You look at 2023, and you see guys, like Jalen Carter and Christian Gonzalez and Jackson Smith and Jigba, and that was not a bad draft. This draft might be pretty bad.
Sure.
So if the draft, I would agree with you in general about bad teams taking running backs don't get better. The way I would look at it is if Jeremiah Love is the only blue player left when you're picking at 4, then I would say, well, don't take a shitty player just because a shitty player plays a better position. Well, just go take the good player.
I think there's a pretty distinct line between blue player and shitty player. Like, I think we can acknowledge that the floor on some of these guys is bust because that's always the case. But the expected floor is, David Bailey, I think, is going to be a 8 to 10 sack a year guy player. The Titans have had one guy as a 10 sack player off the edge in the last decade. Like, if that's your floor, I'd still rather that than Jeremiah Love rushing for 1,300 yards on a bad team. Like,
so somebody asked in the chat, and I think it's a good question. Who scores the points?
I mean, not a lot of people historically.
So, Wan'Dale Robinson doesn't score points. I don't expect Daniel Bellinger to score points. I mean, who's scoring points on this team?
Do you think Gunnar Helm can take a jump?
No.
I'm not sold either. I'm just like, that would be your red zone target. And then they still got the running backs on the roster. Like, Tony Pollard is not a bad red zone back. He might not be a good 17 games back. He's kind of streaky, but historically he's always been a pretty good red zone back. I don't think this is going to be a 12-win team, so I'm not projecting anybody to score a ton of points.
How many games do you think they should be shooting to win this year?
I think they should be shooting to win 7 games this year.
Do they ever plan on being good again?
Yeah, I think that they plan on being good after that. You don't jump from 3 to 13 unless Cam is an MVP caliber quarterback.
Well, isn't that why you didn't trade that pick? Was because you thought Cam was going to be that?
Yeah.
And so if Cam's not that, I mean...
Then you failed.
So basically, this is all going to depend on Cam developing with below average players around him.
Yes, and that's kind of been my concern this entire time, is if you don't go out and get those number 1 receivers, are you really insulating Cam the way Saleh said you want to? You go back to his introductory press conference, Saleh said something along the lines of, I just want to make sure that in these first couple of years, we teach Cam that he doesn't need to be Superman by surrounding him with people who can take care of him. That's not a direct quote. I messed up the quote, but the gist is insulate Cam for a year or two while he develops into the player they think he's going to be. I don't see a very good job of insulating him yet, but maybe that's the best argument for Jeremiah Love. Maybe that's the best argument for Carnell Tate, is that it has nothing to do with the actual player or the actual need. It has everything to do with making sure Cam Ward doesn't have to play hero ball every play. And is he good enough to play hero ball every play in the pros? Yet to prove that either.
So I don't understand what the plan is, other than just sitting on your ass and hoping that Cam becomes Mahomes without doing any of the things that Kansas City did to set Mahomes up for success.
Yeah, I can't say I'm an expert on the Kansas City rebuild. I don't know what you're talking about specifically there, but you're right that they haven't done a great job of insulating Cam.
Well, think about this. They drafted Mahomes in the first round, right?
Yeah.
They sat him on the bench for an entire season. Mm-hmm. Then when he took over, he had the fastest receiver in the league. He had a number 1 pick at left tackle. He had the best tight end in the league. They had a running game. Like, they were set up for success for Mahomes when he took over. The Titans took Cam because they thought Cam could be their Mahomes, and they have done nothing that Kansas City did to allow Mahomes become Mahomes. They didn't sit him on the bench and work on his mechanics the way Kansas City did. He didn't walk in with the best receiver or the best tight end. They had Dan Moore at left tackle, not exactly Eric Fisher. I mean, they had a terrible coach, not Andy Reid. Like, I truly think they've already fucked it up with Cam.
It's possible. Like, it's possible. It really is possible. I'm not as low on it, but I'm also not super high on it. I mean, I remember I did a bunch of research last offseason into every first-round quarterback since 1970 and what are the things that their teams did that led them to fail. And I looked at sack rates, and I looked at sitting the quarterback in year 1, and I looked at turnover rates, and I looked at coaching changes between year 1 and year 2, and all of the things that we tend to think set a quarterback up to succeed or set a quarterback up to fail. Do you know what the number 1 most positively correlated trait between succeeding or failing as a first-round rookie was? It was throwing a bunch of interceptions as a rookie. The quarterbacks that threw a crap ton of interceptions as rookies tended to be the most successful pros. There was no strong correlation between whether or not you sat or played immediately. There was no strong correlation between whether or not you got sacked a lot or didn't get sacked a lot. There was a pretty strong correlation if you fired the coach at the end of year 1, that you would struggle, because we all know that already. But the interceptions thing, what that tells us is, 1, you played a bunch. You had to play a bunch to throw a bunch of interceptions.
Sure.
And 2, you trusted yourself to go play football. And I think that's when we talk about quarterback development, the two things we forget are, number one, the guys who are probably going to be the best, we've thought were the best for a long, long time. And that's why we let them play so much as rookies. And two, the guys who think they are the best are so undeterred and so undisturbed by the difficulties of the NFL that they go out and they sling it and they make mistakes and they learn from mistakes, and then they come out and they're better off for it. If you look at the archetype of guys who threw a bunch of picks as rookies, it's Peyton Manning, it's Andrew Luck, it's Terry Bradshaw, it's John Elway. There are a lot of guys that what those players all have in common, we thought they'd be the number one pick when they were 19, 20 years old, in the cases of Manning and Elway and Luck. That's the sort of thing that we can point out. I'm only saying this because you bring up the didn't sit him, didn't follow the Mahomes path. Mahomes followed a really unique path to success, and Rodgers did as well. Rodgers sat a year. Other than that, it's really hard to compare two paths to one another. I don't know if the Titans screwed Cam up in any notable way, so much as I think there's a determinism where guys who are going to be good are going to be good, and they trust it and they go for it. And we'll see if Cam's one of those guys, but he did not necessarily show the indicators in year one that he's one of those guys that is undeniable.
Zion Johnson from the Chargers, 3 years, 49.5, 32 guaranteed with Cleveland. Doesn't he suck?
That's a lot of money for a guard that has come from an offensive line that was very, very bad last year. I don't know if he was the problem. He probably got no help on that terrible Chargers offensive line, but he was certainly a problem last year.
Okay, so again, Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, Mitch Trubisky, that's where we sit today. Apparently, Honey Badger tweeted out and then deleted the tweet that Alontae Taylor was going to the Titans. Suss, your prediction on what happens the rest of the day today?
Just today? I think that
the next.
Okay, no, that's all I'm asking. I like being pedantic. I think you're going to see one or two corners that get signed as starters, whether that's today or tomorrow or Wednesday. I think they're going to be pretty aggressive there. They got to get a defensive lineman interior-wise. Onyemata's off the board, I think I saw, so it's pretty much Franklin Myers or a bunch of role players.
Where did Onyemata go?
Where did Onyemata go? Look that up. I'll look that up. You talk.
Well, I liked Onyemata, but I like Onyemata at $5 million on a one-year deal, and I'm guessing if he signed today, it was for way freaking more money than that.
If I'm remembering right, it was the Jets, and they like to spend, but
well, see, the thing about the
10.5 for a year.
1 year, 10.5.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about today, like the Jets are spending today because they're spending on Onyemata and Minka Fitzpatrick, and they're doing that because they know if we don't win games this year, we're fired. And so they're like, fuck it. Like, well, let's say which quarterback gives us the best chance to win this year so we don't get fired? Geno Smith? Okay, good. Let's go. Like, and I'm not saying that's how it should be, but the Tennessee Titans cannot sit on their asses this year and say, draft, develop, retain, win 3 games again, and say, draft, develop, retain. I mean, remember at the Borgonzi end of the year press conference, I asked him, I'm like, you won 3 games last year, you got hired, and you won 3 games this year. Did you fail? Because most people would say a general manager that inherits a team that won 3 games, uses a number 1 pick on the quarterback, and wins 3 games, failed. And Borgonzi's thing was basically like a word salad about how the guys were still playing hard even though they sucked.
I do remember when you said that. Yeah. I do think that sometimes you need to tear down to build up. I don't think the Titans had anything to tear down. So it's hard to say that, oh, we got worse on purpose. They might have just been bad and hadn't been in the stages of building up. If we look at the common trends on these great turnarounds, great rebuilds in the last 5-10 years, usually those are all sparked by trading a player that was a leftover asset from the previous regime and getting a bunch of resources from it, whether it is Detroit trading Matthew Stafford being the obvious example there. San Francisco, when they inherited the team, they made a bunch of trades. Buffalo traded pretty much their entire team when Brandon Beane took over. The Titans didn't do that. The Titans held on to most of those resources. So you can't say they tore down to build up, and you can't get your 12 top 100 draft picks in a 3-year span if you don't part ways with some pieces. So they don't really have many pieces other than Jeffrey Simmons to part ways with. So they're not really tearing down because the only player they could have gotten rid of, they've kept. And they're not building up because they don't have the resources to build up that these other teams have used when they have built all the way up. So you're stuck in a middle turnaround where you have a bunch of money, but it's your philosophy to not spend a bunch of money. You're waiting to use that money on the players that you've developed internally because you want to reward your own guys, but you have nobody to reward other than one guy who's already been rewarded in Jeffrey Simmons and one guy in Peter Skoronski who we expect to get that reward soon, but he is still a guard, so he's not going to be worth the $90 million in cap space or whatever the Titans have. It's going to be tricky to do the thing they want to do in half measures, and partially because of what they inherited and partially because of what they've been unwilling to do. There have been a lot of half measures the way I see it.
Nick Suss, as always, great stuff. Nicholas, I appreciate your time. We got to figure out what time we're going to go on Thursday because I am super jammed up on Thursday, but we'll figure that out here at some point.
If it's Thursday, if it's Friday, we figure it out. Thank you, buddy.
We will figure it out. Nick Suss from the Tennessean joining us on our free agent frenzy. So here's what I want to do. By the way, somebody said, is Stillman dozing off? No, I'm on my phone because I'm looking at what the free agents are signing for and so on and so forth. Again, the news, the Titans in free agency have signed Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, and Mitch Trubisky. So here's what I'm going to do because it's 2:00. I figured we'd go from 11 to 2. I figured the Titans would do more than that. Let's do one more hour. And then if the Titans start doing other stuff, we'll go live. And there is a special edition today of a football show on the 440 YouTube channel. Stilly and Paulie, me and Paul Kaharski at 7:00. But let's just kind of restart the show.
Since 2015, Jared Stillman has rocked Nashville sports.
That team freaking stinks.
And now he's back. The takes are hotter than ever.
I mean, let's be honest, he just can't coach.
Welcome to Stillman and Company.
Okay, welcome to Stillman and Company. Now the free agency frenzy is behind us on the 440 Sports Network, presented by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, and we are part of the Believe YouTube Podcast Network. We'll get to Hiller here in just a second, proud presenting sponsor of the team. But so far throughout the day, the top targets are not signing with the Titans. Wan'Dale Robinson has signed with the Titans, $19 million a year. Daniel Bellinger has signed with the Titans, a backup tight end from the Giants, for $8 million a year. And Mitch Trubisky has signed to be the backup quarterback. Okay, here's how I want to start. And look, they may come down the pipe and sign Odafe Owe. TD brought that up as a possibility. They may come down the pipe. They may sign Trey Hendrickson. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe they will. There are still top-of-the-market free agents out there for them to sign, so on and so forth. But I'm just going to tell you right now, this team sucks. Where we sit today at 2:07 p.m., on Monday, March 9th, 2 days before the beginning of the league year, this team sucks. And I have the depth chart in front of me. Dan Moore at left tackle. And again, with this, I'm going to say, is this guy a Pro Bowler on the first ballot? No. Peter Skoronski, left guard. No. They don't have a center. They don't have a right guard. J.C. Latham at right tackle. No. Wan'Dale Robinson at wide receiver. No. Calvin Ridley at wide receiver. No. Chim Dike at wide receiver. No. Daniel Bellinger or Gunnar Helm at tight end. No. Cam Ward at quarterback. No. Tony Pollard at running back. No. They don't have a defensive end. They don't have a defensive tackle. Jeffrey Simmons. Yes. Jermaine Johnson III. No. Cedric Gray. No. Cody Barton. No. They don't have any corners. Kevin Winston. No. Amani Hooker? No. So, the Tennessee Titans right now, of their 22 starters, have one guy who is a top-of-the-league caliber player. That is not good enough. This team sucks right now. And I got to tell you, after listening to Suss and TD, I'm kind of convinced that they don't know what they're doing. And this is what happens when you hire morons. And look, Mike Borgonzi talks a better game than Rand Carthon, but I need to see it. And when it comes to seeing it, and they may make a big move or whatever, but when it comes to seeing it, I need to see a team that lives in reality. So I use the move, the move that the Titans made a couple years ago when it came to L'Jarius Sneed, and I was like, what? Like, why would you? Nobody else is trading for that knee. Why are you trading for that knee and using a top 100 pick in order to do it? Doesn't make any sense. Well, Jared, you just hate Rand. That's it. No, I think Rand doesn't know what he's doing. So the Titans tell everybody and their grandma that we've got all this cap space, cap space, cap space, cap space. So much so that Adam Schefter was talking on his own podcast before the end of the season about how the Titans had all this cap space. What are they doing with it? And then Kevin Harlan, Chiefs Titans. And I know this team's not very good, but they've got $100 million in cap space that they can go out there and sign. And they hadn't done anything. Not anything that matters. And so there's still time for them to do something that matters, but they need to understand it's not about winning the deal. It is about getting good football players on this team so you can win some fucking games. You need to win some games this year. If you don't win any games this year, everybody will think Cam sucks and you'll get fired. So you've got to win some football games. People sit here and they say things like, well, I don't think we're a player away, so we shouldn't do it. Teams that make moves don't know they're going to win the Super Bowl when they make those moves. The Baltimore Ravens don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl next year or not. They made the move because they think maybe they could, but they don't know. The Buffalo Bills don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl by trading for DJ Moore. The Kansas City Chiefs don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl by signing Kenneth Murray. You just build the best team you can get. And it doesn't matter if you overpay a guy, because if you're not paying anybody else anyways, you have all that cap space to spend. So go do it. Hendrickson or Linderbaum was $27 a year. It was an ungodly amount of money. But the way I look at it is got to spend it somewhere. And if you got Linderbaum, when I went through that list of guys that are capable of making the Pro Bowl on the first ballot, you would have had one guy that says yes. Like, what are we talking about here? And instead it's Mitch Trubisky. And the Titans look like a team that is decided that they're going to try to win the deal. We want to win the negotiation. Well, I mean, winning the negotiation does what? Nothing. We do have some breaking news. According to Adam Schefter, the Tennessee Titans are signing Broncos defensive end John Franklin Myers. So congratulations to the Titans, because everything that everybody said they were going to do, they ultimately did. I almost wonder if John Franklin Myers and Wan'Dale Robinson had deals with the Titans and were like trying to tell other teams, please sign me. But I'm sorry, John Franklin Myers does not get me excited. Like, that is not the kind of move that this team needs to make. Again, I'm talking about first ballot Pro Bowlers. Guys that when the Pro Bowl comes out the first time, they're the guys who make it. And I don't think John Franklin Myers is that guy. Apparently, it's $63 million over 3 years. So what would that be? 63 divided by 3 is $21 million a year for John Franklin Myers? Jesus Christ. Well, hey, I mean, hey, if you got to spend it, you got to spend it. And I'd rather you spend it than not spend it because, again, you can't win the deal. But $21 million a year? That's not right. That's not right. Is that right? $21 million a year? Oh, I mean, hey, it's one of those typical 3-year deals with the first 2 guaranteed. $21 million a year for John Franklin Myers. This team fucking stinks. This team sucks. And these guys, Borgonzi and Brinker and Ziegler and McKenzie, they don't know what they're doing. Like, I'm sorry. They do not know what they're doing. They are going out and getting mid-level players. Wan'Dale Robinson, John Franklin Myers, and they're going to take their mid-level players and they're going to add it to their already bad players and their one good player, and they're going to expect to win. Good luck. This is unbelievable. Go sign good players like Hendrickson or Linderbaum. If you're going to pay 21 to Franklin Myers, why not pay 28 to Linderbaum? So, I'm just going to tell you, this team, I'll give them credit for the fact that they didn't try to win the deal, because on no planet is John Franklin Myers worth that kind of money. So at least they didn't try to win the deal. But if you're going to spend $21 million on John Franklin Myers, why not just spend that money and a little bit more on Trey Hendrickson? Woo, $21 million a year. Jesus. Hey, it is what it is. But where are the impact players? The Linderbaums, the Hendricksons, you know, the good players. And I guess what bothers me is I keep hearing guys like TD and Nick Suss say this is going to be a team that builds through the draft. And that sounds good, but it's just not practical for this team to build through the draft because they don't ever acquire extra draft picks. So when it comes to acquiring the extra draft picks, if you say, hey, we're going to build through the draft, at some point you have to acquire extra draft picks. And the way to do that, to trade the number 1 pick last year, you didn't want to do. The way to do that this year, trade Jeffrey Simmons. You don't want to do that. So we're going to build through the draft. Well, that means that your draft hit rate, when the best in the game are like 50%. I mean, I'm talking the best in the game, like Howie Roseman drafted Jalen Reagor in the first round. When your draft rate is, if you're going to hit at 50%, you have to hit now at like 85, 90%. One person says it's not your money. You're the one who says no such thing as the cap. True story. I'll say this. If the Titans have another big old move coming down the pipe, then great. Because it's not my money. And you got to overpay in free agency. But what I don't like is I don't like the idea of thinking like Wan'Dale Robinson, John Franklin Myers, and Daniel Bellinger are going to take you from 3 wins to even 6 wins. I mean, these guys are all mid-level players. You need some better players. And the other thing that bothers me about the Titans and how everybody connected them with these guys. But again, look at who they've signed. They signed Trubisky, Bellinger, and Wan'Dale Robinson, who were all with Brian Dable. And they've traded for Jermaine Johnson, and they've signed John Franklin Myers, who are with Robert Saleh. What that's telling you is the guys that they're getting are guys that Robert Saleh's coached and Brian Dable has coached. You do know that those teams that Robert Saleh coached and Brian Dable coached sucked, right? Man, we want to be like them. Let's go get their players. Okay. Are we getting Quinnen Williams? No. Are we getting the guys that were really, really good there? No. But we're getting Wan'Dale Robinson. Oh, okay. Forrest says this is good so far. Center is worrying, but hopefully can get that figured out. Owe or Hendrickson would be nice. I think Owe or Hendrickson should be a requirement. They have to get one of those guys, and then I think that they've got to go get 2 offensive linemen. And then I think they're okay. Let's see. Charlie Kolar. Who's he signing with? Charlie Kolar is signing a 3-year, $24.3 million contract. With who, Shefty? The Chargers. Boy, the Harbaughs, man, they love swapping each other's spit. Woo! So, again, the success rate in the draft has to be 100% right now at this point. Because the Titans have a team of Wan'Dale Robinson and John Franklin Myers. And John Franklin Myers is not a bad player. He's just not, he's a rotational player to me. Like, he's not an impact dog, which is what I think they need. And I'm cool with overpaying. The overpaying for Franklin Myers, I'm fine with. But what I'm not okay with is thinking like, okay, Franklin Myers, we're good. No. Franklin Myers, Owe, and we're good. Franklin Myers, Hendrickson, and we're good. Wan'Dale Robinson. I do wonder if the Titans are planning to keep Calvin Ridley. It kind of looks like they're going to keep Calvin Ridley. But again, we continue along. And I do feel like it's kind of odd that the Titans bragged about all this cap space and then they just signed guys that, again, play for Brian Dable. One person says, you realize that John Franklin Myers had the second most sacks at DT, only behind Simmons. It's a fantastic signing. Right, because he played next to Nick Bonino, who's an all-pro. Like, that does matter. One person says, Jared said Malik wouldn't get $30 million. He got $40 million instead. I said Malik wasn't going to get $30 million a year. Now, I will say this. I think the Dolphins are making a mistake on the money they're giving Malik Willis. Like, I'm surprised it's as high as it is. What is it, like 23 a year? I'm still, like, I said he wasn't going to get $30 million a year because that's what Jordan Schultz was talking about. I think they're crazy for giving him that kind of money. Who the fuck is Cordale Flott? Somebody help me out here. The Tennessee Titans have agreed to terms with cornerback Cordale Flott on a 3-year, $45 million deal with $32 million fully guaranteed. Question: who the fuck is Cordale Flott? Does anybody know who this is? Cordale Flott. All right, let's see where he ranks on the PFF corner rankings. And again, what was the money they spent for him? I mean, I think they spent some real money on this, right? 3 years, 42, 32 guaranteed. So what is that? 42 divided by 3, $14 million a year. Yeah. So according to PFF, Cordell Flott is the 267th ranked free agent. And Cordell Flott is, let's see. Cordell Flott is the 41st best corner, according to PFF. Let's take a look at his premium stats here. PFF thought he'd get $7 million a year. Instead, he's getting double that, but PFF doesn't know. Okay, Cordell Flott. He had a 65.6 defensive grade. And let's see, 1 interception last year. And he was much better last year. NFL defenses, when targeting him, 72.8, as opposed to a passer rating of over 90 for the first 3 years. I mean, you guys know I don't care about corner, but who is this guy? I mean, whatever. Like, again, I don't care about corner. I wouldn't have spent this. I would have waited on the corner market. But see, here's the thing that drives me crazy. This guy said he's an emerging player. Like, you can say that about every guy who sucks that you sign in free agency. You can say that they're emerging players. If I'm going to spend the money on somebody, like, I want somebody who I know is a ball player. That's what free agency is. Again, go back to the Patriots last year. They signed like good players. Carlton Davis was a good player. Harold Landry was a 10-sack guy. And you can make fun of however it took in order for Harold Landry to get his 10 sacks. But when Harold Landry left, it wasn't like somebody came in and got those cheapy sacks. He was the one who got it. Cordell Flott. I mean, if Mike Borgonzi at the end of the year sat down and was like, you know, I know this year was a really tough year. You know, I'm really proud of the players because the players were able to really hang tough and the players were able to really come together. And I'm really proud of the players because I'm proud of how hard they played and I'm proud of them. And, you know, we're going to build something. You know, it's going to be a process with the roster, but we're going to build something. If he had said that, but then it said, and we're going to sign all of our guys from the New York Giants, I think you would have laughed your ass off at him. But, hey, there you go. Okay, apparently, according to Ian Rappaport, the Titans have signed Alontae Taylor. There we go. That's a real player to sign in free agency. So, I don't know if Alontae Taylor is a Pro Bowl caliber guy. 3 years, $60 million. So the Titans are now spending 14 in Flott and Alontae Taylor for $34 million. I guess that guarantees L'Jarius Sneed ain't coming back. So I actually like Alontae Taylor. I just don't value the cornerback position. This one guy says, as a Giant fan, Flott is the worst corner in the NFL. Here, I'm going to text one of the producers at Sirius, who is a diehard, just a freaking diehard Giant fan. And I'm going to say, who the hell is Cordell Flott? Cordell Flott. So Alontae Taylor, I think, is kind of a top of the market corner as far as, you know, who's available in free agency. My problem with Alontae Taylor is that he plays corner, and I just don't value corner. So I'd rather spend that $20 million on Odafe Oweh. And I would rather have one Trey Hendrickson than have Alontae Taylor and John Franklin Myers. But that's just me. The Titans, you know, they want to win the deal, and so they don't want to completely over. The Titans fear being the Raiders today, where they signed Linderbaum to that huge contract, and everybody's like, you did what? That much money for Linderbaum? But when we play football, Linderbaum will be good, and, you know, I think it'll help the Raiders win some games. Let's see. Alontae Taylor's PFF grade was about the same as Flott. Interceptions. 2 interceptions last year. Boy, they scored 8 touchdowns on him. Ugh. And the passer rating against Alante Taylor the last 2 years, 108.7 and 117.9. You know what, though? Fuck it. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with Alante Taylor. That I'm good with. And let's see. Okay. So my guy at SiriusXM says Cordell Flott is an up-and-coming corner. Wanted him back with the Giants. Very pricey, but should be solid. Not sure he's a number 1, but a solid number 2. Okay, fine. All good. TDG says, don't worry, more moves coming. We suck again, Jared. Who's going to play center and who's going to play that defensive end spot? So this defensive end spot, because John Franklin Myers is playing next to Simmons and Jermaine Johnson's playing the other. Who's playing defensive end next to John Franklin Myers? If it is going to be Odafe Owe or Trey Hendrickson, you will see a happy me. If it is some Scarbini bum, then I'm not sure I care. I do feel like when it comes to the Titans, everything that this administration values is the opposite of me. Like, I think the exact opposite of them, which might mean that I would be a pretty good general manager. But, I mean, I was just so vehemently against Cam Ward. And I was so in favor of Sam Darnold only because I thought, hey, solidify the quarterback spot and then build the team around it. We've talked about this 100 times. They are convinced Cam's going to be a franchise quarterback. I am not convinced that Cam is going to be a franchise quarterback. And Cam did nothing in year 1 to show that he's going to be a franchise quarterback other than a couple of highlight plays that Twitter gurus have put out there to cream their pants over. Oh my God, look at this play. It was a great play. Yeah, go look at the other 4 boneheaded plays behind it. But, I mean, it can't be worse than having Jalen Armour Davis out there. Oh no, TDG said Femi Oladejo is going to start. If Femi Oladejo starts, I will be so sad. Here's the market of $20 million corners as far as the cornerback position is concerned for the Titans. He is now making more money than Marlon Humphrey, Tyson Campbell, Jalen Johnson, Carlton Davis. I'm fine with it. You got to overpay. If you're going to get guys in free agency, you're going to have to overpay. So I don't have a problem with overpaying Alante Taylor other than the fact that I wouldn't have done it because I don't care about corner. They care about corner. I think you people out there care about corner, but I need a center and I need a pass rusher. And if you get me a center and you get me a pass rusher, then I'm good. John says, if we get Trey Hendrickson, will that change your mind on today? Yes. I mean, if they get Trey Hendrickson, I will freaking lose it. I'll be so happy. I'll be so stunned. Like, I might cry if they get Trey Hendrickson only because the Titans are so bad, you know, when it comes to free agency, because they always kind of want to win some of these deals a little bit, that they're like, oh, well, you know, we can't get the first best thing, so let's overpay for the second best thing. And I'm like, no, go get the first best thing. The Ravens decided we want the first best thing. So they went and got it this weekend. That's what I believe in. But I'm a little different. One person says, Franklin Myers is worth the money. He was basically another Jeffrey Simmons on paper last year. If Franklin Myers was that good, why didn't Denver re-sign him? One person says, is Lloyd Cushenberry signed anywhere? He's hurt. And he sucks. One person says 0% on Hendrickson. I would agree with that. One person says, what center still available would you be happy with the Titans getting? That's a good question because I'm not really happy with the center market right now, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's like if I owned the Titans and I hired Robert Saleh, which, with all due respect, you guys know I wouldn't do. If I own the Titans and I hired Robert Saleh, and Robert Saleh was like, Mr. Stillman, corner does matter, even if it's not Christian Gonzalez. Because the way I look at corner is I'm like, hey, if you're going to go get a corner, it better be Christian Gonzalez. And I believe that, they're of the mindset that we're not going to get Christian Gonzalez in free agency, but we're going to get solid players in free agency, which will be better than Darrell Baker and Jalen Armour Davis and the guys that they've had out there. Like, here would be my question when it comes to Flott. How much better is Flott than Roger McCreary? That's the question I would ask. Because I would just take all the corners and stick them in a bag and say, okay, who's ever there in 2 weeks, go sign them. Spend the money on Odafe Owe. Spend the money on Trey Hendrickson. I'm fine with spending the money on John Franklin Myers. Whoever's available, down the road, go sign them. Center, I'm not sure I feel that way. One person says, if Hendrickson is so good, why didn't the Bengals re-sign him? Because the Bengals are cheap and they're paying T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow a gazillion dollars, and they're not going to pay a gazillion for anybody else. Kelsey said, curious, who's the highest ranked center in the draft? I mean, if the Titans go center in the draft and not receiver, Forrest says Femi can't start. He's horrible. I would agree with that. See, here's what I believe when it comes to penciling in draft picks to start. Unless you're Jeremiah Love, I need these guys that we want to start, that they want to have start. Like, I need them to actually prove that they can start before saying, hey, let's just start Femi because we drafted him high. Hey, let's just start Gunnar Helm because why not? No, what I would like is I would like a real tight end to start. And I don't know if Bellinger's a real tight end. I'd like a real tight end to start. And then, which is why I like Jonnu Smith, a guy I know can start. And then if Helm is playing his ass off, then just give him more snaps. Let's go. I feel the same way. What they're going to do is they are going to make Kevin Winston a starter, even though Kevin Winston has not been healthy the last 2 years. They're going to make Kevin Winston a starter, and they're probably going to make Gunnar Helm a starter, and they might even make Jackson Slater a starter. I don't know. But I don't believe in that. And I'd say it's 50-50 as to whether or not Femi's going to be a starter. I think they'll add an edge, but I think it'll be Kaylavon Chason, and it will not be, Trey Hendrickson. Cordell Flott. I mean, it seems to me like Brian Daboll's the general manager of the Titans with all the giant guys they're signing. And if there's a team you got to be like, to me, you got to be like the Giants. Let's get into some more of your reaction here on the program. Howie says, guaranteeing you that Bronco fans are crying right now. I'm trying to think, do I know like a Bronco guy? I don't think I do. One person says, Jared doesn't believe in rookies. Make them earn their keep by blocking and playing time with overpriced vets. I mean, I look at it like this. You go sign a veteran, and I don't say you overpay the veteran. Again, I'm looking at a guy like Jonnu Smith, for instance. I don't believe in that. And I believe in making guys earn their position. And if a guy earns his position, then put him in there. I remember when the Titans drafted A.J. Brown, they didn't have a needed receiver for A.J. Brown, but they drafted him anyways. The starting receivers on paper were Corey Davis, Tywan Taylor, and Adam Humphries. And they went into training camp, and within the first game, A.J. Brown proved that he was a difference maker, and it was like, put him on the field more. And by the fourth game, we knew A.J. Brown was their best receiver. So go out there and earn your keep. Same with Jonnu Smith, the way that Jonnu Smith became a player. I don't believe in just saying, job's yours. Now, if guys get hurt and a guy has to play, I'm fine with that. But I am not okay with just giving a position to a guy because you drafted him. That's how you end up with Will Levis as your starting quarterback. Kinston says the day is not even over yet, and Jared's acting like it's over. Jared just wants the Titans to sign one real guy. One person says, bro, cover the new signings. Okay, here you go. Wan'Dale Robinson, slot receiver. I'm cool with them having a slot receiver. They're going to put Jim DK outside and have him run vertical routes. I'm cool with that. I would not pay, $19 million a year for Wan'Dale. I would not pay for Wan'Dale Robinson because I don't think Wan'Dale Robinson is very good. I think you can get that from other players. I think they're going to regret that signing, but Dable likes him, and Cam's not even good at throwing the deep ball anyway, so this will take some of that off. I think that the Bellinger thing is a desperation move. I think the market for tight ends is probably in the 12, 13 million, and they want to pay 8. So they do that. This guy blocks better than Chig, so I like that. But I need better blockers at the blocking positions like center and right guard. And then I would draft Jeremiah Love. And then with Cordell Flott, my guy at SiriusXM, big Giants guy, he told me that he thinks Cordell Flott's a solid number 2 corner, which they're paying $14 million for, which is basically number 2 money in today's era. And Alante Taylor's the number 1 corner. I just don't value corner. John Franklin Myers is the one guy who on the surface, I think I can get behind. And I could get behind it if they pair him with somebody on the edge who can get after the quarterback. Like, that's the one spot that I'm like, okay, get that guy. He said calling a 1,000-yard receiver not good is ridiculous. I mean, Calvin Ridley's a 1,000-yard receiver, and I don't think he's very good. I mean, he's fine. That's what I think Wan'Dale Robinson is. But I think this team needs more than just fine. Like the Patriots last year, when they went out in free agency and spent all their money, yes, they added guys that were depth-ish guys, and they overpaid. They overpaid for Harold Landry, and they overpaid for Morgan Moses, and that's some of the moves they made. They overpaid Robert Spillane, who I don't think is very good either. But at the same time, like Stephon Diggs, that's a producer. Milton Williams, that's a producer. Franklin Myers is the one guy for me who I feel like is a producer. Now, I still don't know what they're going to do at inside backer. Are they going to run it back with Cody Barton, or are they going to sign a Devin Lloyd or somebody like that? Again, I don't know the total money that they've spent. And I'm surprised they jumped out there and got Trubisky that early. But, again, that's a whatever backup quarterback move. It's like Mason Rudolph 2.0. But, whoa! One person says the Titans could draft the other edge at 4 and then keep Ridley. The problem with that is then you're stuck with Pollard and company at running back. And I want explosive playmakers. And that's where I look at Jeremiah Love, and I'm like, Jeremiah Love is explosive. Austin says they're at $270 million so far today. I don't care about total values of contracts. This is the NFL. I care about how much money in year 1 cash, which we're not going to know, but how much money in year 1 cash do they have left? Do they have enough for an Oweh? Do they have enough for a Hendrickson? Do they have enough? Will says, do these signings lead to any real progress, or is this more similar to Rand spending a ton of money for nothing? Right now, I lean towards that. Right now, I lean towards this is more of the Rand Carthon free agency, because even that year, they didn't go get the top guys on the market. They didn't go get Saquon Barkley that year. Kevin says it almost sounds like he'll be disappointed if they don't draft Jeremiah Love. I think I've kind of gotten into the idea or gotten excited about the idea of Jeremiah Love, just because I do think Jeremiah Love is a dynamic playmaker who puts the ball in the end zone. You know, Nick Suss was talking about what I've brought up, which is Ashton Genty hasn't made the Raiders better. Bijan Robinson hasn't made the Falcons good. Saquon Barkley didn't win in New York. McCaffrey didn't win in Carolina. So when you're a shit team and you draft the running back high, you don't necessarily win with that. I just think that this team needs like good players, like really good players, which is what I think Hendrickson is. He's a really good player. Linderbaum is a really, really good player. I don't think Wan'Dale Robinson's that good of a player. I don't think, again, Alontae Taylor plays corner. And so for me, I think there's like 5 guys in the league at corner that I would pay that kind of money to. And I'm not talking about the money that Taylor got. You wanted a corner. You clearly value corner, so you overpaid. But like, to me, I would just go sign bargain basement guys. The Rams, and I know the Rams are going all in at corner this year, but like the Rams were out there in the NFC title game with Emmanuel Forbes and Scarbini Jr. out there. One person says, I love how Jared complains about Rand all the time when signing Trey Hendrickson or Tyler Linderbaum, and drafting Jeremiah Love is exactly what Rand would have done. That's not true. Rand signed one top-of-the-market guy, and he was injured. That was L'Jarius Sneed. Pollard was not a top-of-the-market guy. I mean, I guess Cushenberry, but Cushenberry sucked. Linderbaum is not Cushenberry. Linderbaum is a Pro Bowler. Linderbaum is legit. He's a top-of-the-league guy. They didn't sign a 30-sack guy like Hendrickson has been over the last 3 years. And I don't think Rand would have drafted Jeremiah Love. I think Rand, again, he drafted for need every time. With that J.C. Latham pick was a need pick when Brock Bowers was out there. And Brock Bowers was that touchdown scorer that didn't play that premium position, but he was a touchdown scorer, and I was begging for Brock Bowers, and I kind of feel the same way about Jeremiah Love. Now, I don't think that Jeremiah Love's going to the Hall of Fame, whereas I had, former NFL coaches and former NFL GMs saying that to me about Brock Bowers. But I mean, I do think that Jeremiah Love at 4 might be the best player available, and he's certainly the best touchdown scorer available in the draft. So I don't think that's what Rand would have done. I think Rand would have, he'd take one of the pass rushers just because, it's Franklin Myers, Simmons, John, got to have a pass rusher, so let's go ahead and take him. One person says, Rand said he wanted to draft Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, Rand didn't draft Jahmyr Gibbs. And he picked a guard before Jahmyr Gibbs. Easy to say after Jahmyr Gibbs has become good that you wanted to draft Jahmyr Gibbs, but you could have drafted Jahmyr Gibbs and you didn't draft Jahmyr Gibbs. Joshua says Jermaine Johnson was a Pro Bowl selection in 2023. And Pro Football Doc does think that he'll be better off this year, which is good. I just feel like the Titans added just a bunch of average today. And I really want, one star player. And to me, that was Hendrickson or Linderbaum. The guy says, I think these are solid signings to help with the future. Jared, at least we are getting pieces. Can't sign 20 people on day one of free agency. Got a pumpkin spice latte and chill. Look at the bigger picture. Well, again, where's my core piece for this football team? With Simmons and Ward, and is that a 5'8" slot receiver? Like, I look at Jeremiah Love as a core piece of this team. J.C. Latham needs to be a core piece of this team. I hope Chim DK, as a receiver, becomes a core piece of this team. Kenson says, Jared, your free agent strategy for the Titans was to follow the Commanders' blueprint and sign a bunch of average guys. Well, that was last year saying that you could do it. My free agent blueprint for this team is get good players because you ain't got any. That's what I think you need to do. Tyler says, is there a center the Titans can trade for? I don't know who the Titans are going to sign at center. I mean, I guess Fortner would be the guy I would assume. One person says, Wan'Dale Robinson had a bunch of Cooper Kupp comps coming out of the draft. Wan'Dale Robinson's 5'8". Here's what I can't get over with Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson was worthless for the first 3 years, has a good free agent year, and now you give him the bag, and that's fine. But like 2 years ago, I was talking about Wan'Dale Robinson as a guy you could trade Treylon Burks for just to give Treylon Burks a fresh start. And then Robinson would come in here because he played with Levis and maybe they have some chemistry. And those guys were on par together. That's how I feel. But 2 consecutive years as a 1,000-yard receiver? I don't think so. I think Wan'Dale Robinson, I think he's a one-hit wonder, folks. And that's fine. Again, I don't think he's bad. Hey, at 699 yards in 2024. I don't think he's bad. He doesn't put the ball in the paint. He's got 7 career touchdowns. Excuse me, 7 touchdowns over the last 2 years. 1,000-yard receiving season. He's a 5'8" slot, which might be good for Cam Ward because, again, I don't know if Cam can throw the ball down the field, can throw the deep ball. Junior says Robinson is exactly who Cam needs on these scramble drills. That might be the case. But I want some touchdowns here. TDG says another big move coming. TDG, is that going to be one of my 2 pass rushers? Is that going to be Odafe Owe? Is that going to be Trey Hendrickson? Again, at the beginning of the day, and everybody got all mad about the Titans not spending any money at the beginning, and now the Titans have signed a bunch of people. At the beginning of the day, I was not upset. I said, I will not get upset with all of this because Linderbaum was still on the board and Hendrickson was still on the board. And I'm like, if they can sign one of those, okay. Well, they haven't done that. They signed the guys everybody thought they were going to sign, John Franklin Myers and Wan'Dale Robinson. But I need them to go forward and sign a big impact player. So are they signing with Hendrickson? Are they signing Hendrickson? Because TDG says Jared is about to, he says shift, but I think he's saying Jared's about to shit in 4K. Cedric from the Burrow has the eye emoji. What am I waiting on? By the way, my buddy in Louisville, who is a huge Giants fan, texted me, Titans just getting all the stinky Giant players. So TDG says a lot of shit and is usually not right, but let's see if the Titans are going to get one of my pass rushers. That's all I want. I just want one of my pass rushers. I just don't value corners. Richard said signing a bunch of Jets and Giants doesn't bring in a winning culture. Well, you hired their coaches. So, I mean, if you have a problem with how the Jets and Giants have done lately, well, then you should have been mad about that when they went and hired their coaches. I mean, I do agree with that sentiment, but good players can be found everywhere. I'll just say this. Again, if you don't want to be the Jets and the Giants, don't hire coaches from the Jets and the Giants. But Brian Daboll is a good offensive coordinator, so. I don't know. Let's see. The Titans just need a guard, a center, and a linebacker in free agency, and maybe a running back. They need a pass rusher. They need one of the big-time pass rushers. That's what they need. Okay. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to the Stillman and Company 4-hour free agent frenzy. No commercials. As I promised, I want to thank Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Let me say this. Tonight at 7 o'clock, a special edition of Stilly and Paulie on the 440 Sports Network. So go to the 440 page. Go ahead and subscribe to 440 Sports on YouTube, because Paulie and I, Paul Kaharski and I, 7 o'clock tonight, we'll be recapping everything. If the Titans make another major signing, you know me, I will be on. I will be live. I will break it down. We appreciate it. And we'll have, again, we're covering the Titans left and right like I always am. I do want to shout out Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. They are the presenting sponsor of this program. They've been in business since 1990. They are family-owned and operated with 100% satisfaction. If happy, you'll be here. The service is free. If a customer is not pleased with the work performed, Hiller will make it right. Learn more at happyhiller.com with professional, experienced, trustworthy technicians that come into your home and leave it clean and better than they found it. Care is their core value. They believe that when they care about others, everybody wins. They'll take care of the customer on every job, every time. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Those are my guys at Hiller. Call the Happy Face Truck today. See everybody at 7 o'clock tonight if the Titans make a big signing. So Devin Lloyd, Hendrickson, Owe, that kind of signing, then go ahead and tell me. TDG, you say I'm going to miss the signing. Just tell me who it is, TDG. Here, I'll wait. I'll wait, TDG. You tell me who this great signing is going to be. If they make that signing, I will pop right back on. If not, I will see everybody at 7 o'clock Central Time for Stilly and Paulie in for a football show on 440 Sports. Thank you to everybody, Stillman and Company. And, of course, we're live every day. Hey, subscribe to this channel. We're already up over 4,000 subscribers. I want to get up there. I want to, get to 5,000 before the start of the season. So go ahead and like and subscribe here on Stillman and